What is going on, Cincinnati Bengals fans? Welcome into Bengals Breakdown. Week 18 has finally come. We've got a banger tonight between the Cincinnati Bengals and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Cincinnati, of course, fighting for their playoff lives. We'll talk about what needs to happen tomorrow for Cincinnati if they're able to get a victory here tonight, but it all starts with a win. If they can get it done, perhaps they can backdoor their way into the postseason. But again, all starts with getting a victory here tonight. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us here at Bengals Breakdown. We are just under an hour away from kickoff in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And the Bengals are really going to get tested in this football game. As you can tell, currently 2.5-point favorites over the Pittsburgh Steelers. The total there is 48.5. And look, this is probably, the Bengals, of course, are on a winning streak right now, 4-game winning streak for Cincinnati. It's probably their most difficult matchup that they will face here in this streak with these Pittsburgh Steelers. Of course, the last time Cincinnati lost a football game, it was a shootout at Paycor Stadium to these very same Pittsburgh Steelers. Don't anticipate it being as high of a scoring game here tonight. The wind's going to be whipping, as it always is in Pittsburgh, and I believe temperatures are in the 20s. So, going to be smash mouth, old school AFC North football tonight, in my opinion. But we'll see. Obviously, Joe Burrow is on a heater, and this Bengals defense has been so inconsistent, even of late, when they've really been playing their best football here over the course of these past 4 weeks. But we will see if they'll be able to get some stops in this football game. Should be a ton of fun. Looking forward to it. Hopefully, this isn't our last watch party of the year, but there definitely is a possibility that is the case. We'll give some shout-outs here per usual. Shout out all the real ones here that are hanging out with us early on as we got live here just a couple of minutes ago. Tim Tyra, of course, helping us out as our moderator. He says, "Who day? What's up, Tim?" Just by the way, Tim, I appreciate all your help, of course, but make sure we are not saying you did this, but make sure we are not muting anybody in the chat unless they are doing something very inappropriate. There was somebody that complained the other week that they got muted or whatever. Again, not saying that was you, Tim. Definitely could have been me by accident. But appreciate you helping me out with the bots. But only mute people if they are doing some really inappropriate stuff. But Tim, appreciate you as always. You've been a great help for us here at Bengals Breakdown. Of course, we'll get you some free entries into our raffle, which we'll detail here in a little bit. Shout out Tim Tyra. Appreciate you. William House is back in the house. Thank you, William, for hanging out with us. The kid CJ is back. He's ready to lock in with us here tonight. Diego Castillo is here hanging out. Metallica Dragon is here as well. Brandon Rocks 13 hanging out with us. All usual suspects here at Bengals Breakdown. Really appreciate all you guys hanging out with us tonight. And hopefully it is a victorious night for the Cincinnati Bengals on the road. In the past couple of weeks, they've had some good fortune being able to play at home, kind of got things turned around at Paycor Stadium. Back out on the road. Again, this is going to remind you of a really old-school smash-mouth football matchup. Kind of interesting to see what's going to happen because of how these offenses have played recently. Really, the Steelers' offense has cooled down a bit, but they absolutely went off against the Bengals, obviously. But it'll be interesting to see if the weather affects this football game. We'll talk more in depth about injuries here in a moment, but of note, Chase Brown is not going to be playing for Cincinnati. That obviously is a massive, massive blow apart from Burrow and Chase. And I guess you could throw Higgins in there as well. He's been your best player offensively this season at that running back position. It's going to be a lot of Khalil Herbert, who has seen his role increase slightly. The Bengals, of course, traded for Khalil Herbert at the trade deadline with the Chicago Bears for a 7th-round pick. Now he's going to be your starter in this do-or-die football game. Travion Williams, I would imagine, is going to be your backup, and he doesn't have a single carry on this season. So with the wind and the inclement weather, probably going to try to run the football, but with no Chase Brown back there certainly is a concern if you are the Cincinnati Bengals. Kendall Milton, who's hung out on your practice squad a lot this year, I believe he's been active for 2 games. Rookie out of Georgia, he is active tonight, and he will be out there for the Bengals at that running back position. Not sure exactly what his role will look like, but I think you can expect a lot of Khalil Herbert there at that running back spot. If the weather wasn't so bad, I would say the Bengals probably wouldn't be trying to run the ball that much. They didn't have any success on the ground last time they played Pittsburgh, but with the wind and the frigid temperatures, I don't know if they're going to have as much success in the passing game as they have all season long in this game. So the running game very well might be something they need to lean on here in Pittsburgh tonight. Let me know who you got in the comments section. Type B for the Cincinnati Bengals or S for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Got over 100 people hanging out with us here at Bengals Breakdown. Make sure you guys hit that thumbs up icon while you're there. Got 27 likes on today's stream. Did some great stuff last week. Broke all of our records here at Chat Sports or at Bengals Breakdown, I should say, as far as viewership, likes, and I believe it was second most in subscribers. So really appreciate everyone that hung out with us last week, which was the game of the year as far as I'm concerned in the NFL between the Bengals and the Broncos. Hopefully, we get some more action here tonight and get some good numbers and good viewership and all that kind of stuff. I see Diego Castillo in the comment section spamming his B's. He's confident that Cincinnati is able to get it done. So am I, to be completely honest with you. The weather and no Chase Brown definitely hurts, and it makes you a little bit more concerned. I've said that I believe, and I said this I think 3 or 4 weeks ago, that the Bengals are just going to fall barely short, and that they would miss out on one of the things that they need to happen. And that's kind of where I'm still at. Hopefully I'm wrong, but of course Cincinnati needs to win. The Jets need to beat the Dolphins. And, of course, the Chiefs, resting their starters, need to beat the Denver Broncos. My gut says 2 of the 3 things are going to happen. The Bengals are going to fall just barely short as Cleveland finally gets into the end zone with 11 minutes left. Extra point away from going down 11, so Baltimore still definitely in a nice spot there. But certainly noteworthy. Baltimore with a win wraps up the AFC North Division. But the Pittsburgh Steelers will still be playing hard in this football game for a couple of reasons. One, they're going through their whole warm-up right now. There's no reason that they're just watching this scoreboard and just going to turn it off if Baltimore wins. And also, if Pittsburgh loses tonight and Baltimore holds on and wins, Pittsburgh's got to go to Baltimore in round 1. I know they don't want to do that. I wouldn't want to do that either. And if Cincinnati loses to Pittsburgh and Pittsburgh wins, then Pittsburgh will go to Houston, which is a much more favorable matchup. Obviously, my opinion, out of all the division winners, Houston clearly the worst one. And I would expect Mike Tomlin to be doing everything he can to win this football game. And he's looking for some momentum. This is something Pittsburgh has done in recent years. They get out to this great start. Mike Tomlin secures his winning record, and then they just stumble into the playoffs and lose in the first round. It kind of feels like that's the direction in which they're going again here in 2024. Hopefully I'm right, and Cincinnati can get the win tonight. But regardless, you're going to be seeing this Pittsburgh Steelers team play really, really hard in this football game, doing everything they can to try to win. They're also, it's a rivalry, right, between the Bengals and the Steelers. Steelers got the better of the Bengals here the first time in 2024. They're trying to finish the season strong and sweep Joe Burrow and company. I think that would be a really successful thing for them if they're able to accomplish that here this season. Viking says, are you doing Skyline chili shots? Not tonight. Do not have any Skyline chili shots tonight, but that's a good call bringing that up because it's going to lead us to our Super Chat menu here, which I will pull up in a moment. Keep them coming, B or S in the comments section. Be honest with us. Let me know. Again, I think Cincinnati, they're just playing too good right now, and it kind of drives you insane, right? Because if they had just won one more game, think about all the games that they came just barely short this season. Literally, if they had one of them, we'd be chilling, and we'd, control our own destiny more than likely in terms of getting into the playoffs. But that's going to be something that if Cincinnati does indeed fall just a little bit short, it's going to drive players and coaches and continue to drive the fans crazy all off season long, because this is kind of this run that they have gone on. Granted, they haven't played the best football teams, but this is what we kind of expected of Cincinnati, and this is what they do in December. You always see them get hot this time of year, and unfortunately, they were just a little bit too cold to start the year, and they're certainly behind the 8 ball here. Again, have life, but need a lot of things to go their way, not only tonight, but tomorrow as well. Yep, Sage, Ohio, into the chat, says no Chase Brown tonight. That is correct, and that is very unfortunate for the Cincinnati Bengals. I have been so high on Chase Brown and so impressed with the things that he has been able to do out there on the football field. And no Chase Brown tonight is a big loss. If you had Zach Moss still, who, of course, he got hurt earlier in the year, then you feel a little bit better. But right now you got Khalil Herbert and Travion Williams as your running backs. So very, very thin at that position, and hopefully Khalil Herbert can step up and prove that it was a good decision by Duke Tobin and company to go trade for him. I think he's done some good things in his limited roles that he has gotten. Joe Burrow's spoken very highly of him. Apparently, he's a real cerebral player, always in the right spots, knows what's going on, which certainly is a plus. But he's got to be ready to go tonight and carry the load for this Cincinnati Bengals run game against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Here is our Super Chat menu. Going to be giving away another raffle, per usual, tonight. If we can get to $100 in Super Chats, we will raffle off these helmet string lights. Pretty cool. You can hang them, room, office, wherever. Nice little decoration you can have. Cincinnati Bengals helmets. I know that picture is hard to see there. If you're watching on a TV, it might be a little bit easier for you. But regardless, we're going to be raffling off those at the end of our show. If we get $100 in Super Chats. And speaking of $100 Super Chat, was told that we need to try to break a record here, our final watch party of the season. Lots of channels have $100 Super Chats, something that they have gotten before. We're looking for our first one. Hopefully someone can get us our first $100 Super Chat. There will be a reward in some capacity for that person that does send in a $100 Super Chat. And also, probably the most notable part of our Super Chat menu here tonight is if Cincinnati wins and we get at least $200 in Super Chat revenue, then we're going to be live here on Bengals Breakdown at 4:30 tomorrow, or 4:25. We will be live. And the graphic there, it says Chiefs versus Denver, but we will be keeping an eye on Miami, New York as well. So if you want to hang out again tomorrow, if Cincinnati is able to finish off the season with a victory in Pittsburgh tonight, get some of those Super Chats in. Doesn't have to be a ton, but if we get a lot of people to send in, low dollar amounts, we'll be able to get that $200 total. Again, I'm confident that Cincinnati is going to be able to finish the job tonight with a victory. We will see if that actually comes true, but that would be a lot of fun to kind of have back-to-back watch parties and be able to go live tomorrow for not only the Kansas City-Denver game, but also the New York-Miami game, which, of course, Cincinnati will be watching very, very closely. Both of those games, both in the later afternoon slot, that 4:25 slot, if they're able to come out victorious and win the football game tonight. So keep that in mind. That is our Super Chat menu. We, of course, will always, bring that up throughout today's live stream video as we got a Super Chat in from Brandon Rocks that I will pull up here in a moment. But hopefully we can make that happen. Tyman, the Buckeye, says, what up, Stone? Tyman, appreciate you hanging out. Tyman, of course, always finds a way in most of our Chat Sports live streams. So really appreciate you stopping by. Tyman, I know you're happy that your Ohio State Buckeyes look rather unbeatable at this point. We'll see if they got 2 more victories in them. Of course, facing off with Texas in the Cotton Bowl, which should be a good one. And then if they're able to be victorious in that game, they will be taking on either Notre Dame, who was able to upset Georgia in New Orleans, or Penn State in the national title game. I think right now, I don't know what the odds are off the top of my head, but I would imagine Ohio State pretty steep favorites in terms of being the team that is going to take home the national championship in football this season. So appreciate your time, man, stopping by, hanging out. We'll talk a little bit more later on about how you can hang out with us here at Chat Sports for not only the CFB playoff games, but also NFL playoff games as well. Not here at Bengals Breakdown, but we will be live on on our main Chat Sports channels, or Chat Sports channel, for all playoff games, which we'll get into that here in a little bit. Super Chat, first one of the day, or the night. Brandon Rocks 13 says, I want a Mike Gesicki touchdown. Hooday. Appreciate you, Brandon Rocks, getting your $5 Super Chat in. I will get you down for our raffle. That should be taking place after the game today. But yeah, it's a good point, actually, as I type this in. By the way, doing some solo producing per usual tonight. So if you see me look down or type or whatever the case may be, just trying to do multiple things here at once as we progress through our show. But speaking of Mike Gesicki, actually, let's just dive into the injury report fully right now. Brandon, appreciate the $5 Super Chat. But I think you're right. I think that Mike Gesicki is going to be a guy that gets targeted a lot in this football game because you've got some guys at that tight end position that are banged up. Drew Sample, who's been awesome for you at that tight end spot this year, particularly as a blocker. He had a couple of DNPs this week dealing with a groin injury, but he is going to be active and ready to go. But he is by no means 100% in this football game, so we'll see. Definitely Gesicki and Sample are two totally different players. One's definitely more of a receiver in Gesicki, and one's definitely more of a blocker in Sample. But Sample's going to give it a go, but again, didn't practice at least 2 days this week. So he's not going to be 100% out there, but nobody's going to be 100% out there. It's week 18. It's just a matter of if it's an injury you can play through or not play through. Everybody out there is going to be hurt. But if he's able to only be out there for a limited number of snaps tonight, definitely think Gesicki could find his way into the end zone. All right, we'll pull up our matchup graphic here, and then we'll just kind of dive through all of the injuries that we need to discuss here for this football game on the Cincinnati side of things. Charlie Jones, per usual, practices in limited capacity throughout the week. Ultimately, is inactive on game day with that groin injury, something that has plagued him through the majority of this season. Charlie Jones, of course, second-year player, played his college ball at Iowa and Purdue. He's got some talent. Kind of said going into the year, it kind of feels like he's really just a return specialist as far as his role in the NFL. But we haven't really been able to find out because he was banged up year one, and he's been banged up all of this season as well. The highlight of his year, of course, is the opening kickoff. He returned for a touchdown against Cleveland. I believe that was the Bengals' second win, maybe, of the season. So that was a while ago that took place. We'll see. I think the team likes Charlie Jones. I think they trust him, but if he, can't find a way to be healthy next year, might have to look at taking another receiver in the draft. Probably will be looking to take one in the draft this year anyway, because Jermaine Burton is also inactive for this football game. He's your third-round pick in the 2024 draft. It's just been a roller coaster ride for Jermaine Burton here this season, and it was reported that he has been evicted. Obviously not a good thing. According to some documents with the Hamilton County Clerk of Courts, he has been evicted. There's also a $2,500 fine that goes along with it. And yesterday in the morning, or 2 days ago in the morning, it was reported that it was a coach's decision that he would not be traveling with the team. And then this report of the eviction kind of has surfaced a little bit on after that. Burton, of course, has had troubles this year. Didn't show up for a walkthrough. That caused him to be inactive against the Raiders. There was reports in the preseason that he was falling asleep during meetings. And it really is unfortunate because when you see him out there, he pops. We've seen him start to do more stuff in the return game recently. The talent is there, but clearly he is not in the right headspace right now. And we'll see if he's even going to get another opportunity here. It seems like the Bengals have given him a few opportunities this season. And I'm not sure if he will be back by next season, but that's a lot of mistakes in year one for Jermaine Burton. And it's the NFL. This isn't college anymore. Teams are going to get, frustrated and fed up and move off you. So we'll see if Cincinnati brings him back or not next year. Of course, as a rookie, he's still, under contract, but that doesn't mean they can't cut him and kind of go their separate ways. But we'll see. No Jermaine Burton tonight. Talked about Chase Brown, how big of a blow that is going to be. No Chase Brown in this football game. Isaiah Thomas, defensive lineman, he is going to be inactive for this game, as is Andrew Stuber along the offensive line. So back to the O-line, I think Mims is going to give it a go again tonight. He's going to gut through the hand and the ankle. He's been really beat up, but I've been really, really pleased with Amarius Mims and his performance. Rookie, of course, at right tackle. Orlando Brown Jr. is going to give it a go at that left tackle spot. And Devin Cochran's going to be waiting in the wings. I would imagine he's going to get called on at some point because Orlando's out there playing with a broken leg. And I don't know if Mims' hand is broken or not. The ankle's pretty beat up, and he's got a club on the hand. So he is significantly beat up as well. Cochran will get ready to come in for one of those guys if needed. I would imagine Cody Ford, once again, is going to get the start at left guard. We've now seen that for 2 games. When Orlando Brown Jr. is out there, Cordell Volson gets benched, and they go with Cody Ford. I wouldn't imagine that would change here in this game against Pittsburgh, but we will see. Cordell Volson didn't play at all last week for the Cincinnati Bengals. Sam Hubbard had that PCL injury, suffered that in Tennessee. They never officially put him on IR. Wanted to give him a chance to potentially come back, but he's going to be inactive again tonight. Again, hopefully that wasn't, I guess, a fan of Sam Hubbard, I would say hopefully that wasn't his last game as a Cincinnati Bengal, but maybe it would be the best decision if that were the case. I think they would save over $10 million against the cap if they were to cut him. If you remember, he signed that 4-year, $40 million deal a couple of years ago, and performance this year just, wasn't up to that contract. And frankly, it wasn't quite close at all. Sam Hubbard, Cincinnati legend. We'll see if they end up going back to him or not, but he's going to be inactive for this football game. Who else we got here on the inactive list? Tanner McLachlan, tight end. He's going to be inactive, so I think you're going to see a lot of Cam Grandy in this football game, especially with Drew Sample being banged up. We'll see how many snaps Sample gets, but if it's not him back there kind of being that blocker, kind of the role Eric All Jr. had at the beginning of the year, I think you're going to see a lot of Cam Grandy in this football game. And that rounds out the inactives. So then there were several other guys that were pretty banged up this week that you didn't know if they were going to be active or not. And the main guy that we have not talked about is Cam Taylor-Britt with that ankle injury. He is good to go. He's going to be active in this game for the Bengals. Talked about Sample, talked about Mims, and T. Higgins is going to be active as well. What he was able to do last week, pretty miraculous, and he was significantly banged up in that game as well. He is still banged up, but he's going to go out there and try to finish the season strong for Cincinnati, and they certainly could use another great performance from T. Higgins. There's been reports that, Burrow, Higgins, and Chase are going to do everything they can to make sure that that trio sticks together for the coming years. I came into the season expecting there not to be a deal that gets done between Higgins and the Cincinnati Bengals, but as more time goes on, it seems like the likelihood of that happening actually is going up. And, it could just be all smoke and, no real solutions there. But it seems like Joe Burrow really wants him to stay. He has brought it up several times throughout the season. Jamar's talked about it, and now it seems like T is talking about it as well, whereas before it kind of seemed like from his attitude that he was fine just kind of, playing it out this year and then probably finding a new home next year. The Bengals could, by the way, tag him again next year. So there's a world where he ends up playing for the Bengals under the franchise tag next year without an extension. He definitely would not be very happy about that, but he was already tagged this year, so I don't know what the number is off the top of my head, but if they tagged him again, he would be making a ton of money in 2025. But regardless, he is going to be out there and playing for Cincinnati in this football game. Brandon Rocks, 13, says, so is Cody Ford just taking over for Cordell, or is he hurt? He's taking over for him. That's what we have seen when Orlando Brown Jr. has been out there. They have benched Cordell Volson for Cody Ford. I believe last week was the third time that this happened this season. Of course, in the beginning of the year when everyone was healthy, Cordell was definitely the guy at the left guard spot. But this is the third time, or they've done it 3 times, where Cody Ford ends up taking it over for Cordell Volson when Orlando Brown Jr. is out there. So I'm kind of surprised by it, but, Bengals have been winning, so I guess it works. Brandon also says, I guess Sheldon Rankins has become the equipment manager. Yeah, he finally was put on the, non-injury list, the illness list. Forget what the list is called off the top of my head, but regardless, he's out for the year. Haven't seen him since the game before the Charger game. His tenure with the Bengals, a disappointment. Honestly, I hope the guy's all right. Still no details as far as what illness, he's dealing with. I think a lot of people are like, well, it seems like he quit on the team. I understand it seems like that. Hopefully we get some more information as time goes on. He might just be really, really sick, and if that's the case, hopefully he gets better. But even before that, he struggled with the hamstring injury, and when he was out there, the limited games in which he was out there, it wasn't very good. So definitely would save a lot of money against the cap if they were to cut him this offseason, but we'll see. I think right now my gut says cut him, but that's a decision that the Bengals front office is going to have to make this offseason. Sage, Ohio says, how is Mims? Mims is banged up, but he's active for this game. We'll see how long he is able to go. Gave it a go last week, but ultimately had to come out. Devin Cochran got called into duty, but Mims is going to try to give it a go. The guy's a warrior dealing with a hand injury and an ankle injury. I believe he had a club on the hand last week. So not sure if it's broken, but it's pretty beat up, and the ankle's been bothering him for a while as well. So we will see about that. But credit to Amarius Mims for going out there and trying to play in this game. And I think he's definitely been your best rookie this year. Really, no doubt about that. And I've been very pleased with his production. It seems like the Bengals have their right tackle of the future in Amarius Mims. As Derrick Henry takes off down the sideline, he will score. Baltimore goes up 34-10 with 3 minutes remaining, and they are going to win the AFC North. Disappointing going into the season. I think a lot of us expected Cincinnati to win the division, but Baltimore gets it again as they are routing Cleveland at home. Brandon Rock says, Stone, who do you want us to draft this year? That's a good question, and I'm not going to spill that on today's show. We're going to have videos about the draft as soon as this week, maybe even as soon as, probably not as soon as tomorrow, but as soon as this week, we will have videos talking about the draft. I've purposely held off on doing those. I had a feeling Cincinnati would get a little bit hot. That's what we've seen, and not be mathematically eliminated from the playoffs. Feels good that it's week 18. They still at least have a chance, but I didn't feel the need to talk draft too much on the channel, but we definitely will fully dive into that. And I'll definitely give you some positions of need, corner and defensive end. I think pass rusher would be my first pick. That's where they went 2 years ago with Myles Murphy, and that has not panned out whatsoever. But I think you got to go back and try that position again. Wouldn't be mad about a corner. And if things aren't going to work out for T. Higgins, I would get a receiver, but not in the first round necessarily. But I would understand wanting to pick a receiver if something with T. Higgins were not able to work out. But hopefully it does, and then we don't have to worry about that position as much. $2 super chat from Darren Wright. Houday from the UK. He says, let's go Miracle Weekend. Appreciate the super chat. Darren, means a lot. We get this pulled up here for Darren. Just under a half hour away from kickoff in Pittsburgh. Bengals Steelers game time temp is in the 20s, low 20s. I'm not exactly sure what the exact number is, but regardless, it's going to be very, very cold. In Pittsburgh tonight. And, with no Chase Brown, that makes you a little bit concerned, but we'll see how Joe Burrow does in these elements. Joe Burrow in the rain has struggled in his career. Joe Burrow in the cold is very, very good, but we'll see if he is still very, very good in the wind, because it's definitely going to be windy as well in Pittsburgh tonight. I don't think people give him enough credit for how his arm has improved. This isn't the same arm that he had at LSU when he was still dominating college football, but that wasn't a strong arm whatsoever. Here in 2024, now in 2025, that's a lot stronger of an arm. So he might be able to cut through that wind a little bit better than maybe some people anticipated. But certainly going to be something we're going to be keeping an eye on in this game. Should be a lot of fun. Darren, appreciate the super chat. Means a lot. All right, well, we got some more people in here. Got over 230 people hanging out with us at Bengals Breakdown. Want to bring back our super chat menu. $5. Going to be giving away some helmet string lights. Pretty cool. Could hang them in your room, office, wherever. Nice little decoration. Got the Bengals helmet on them. Going to be raffling those off at the end of our show if we get to $100 in super chats. We're also looking for our first $100 super chat. Was told to try to break a record here at Bengals Breakdown. That would be a record. Not received a $100 super chat here before at the channel. Certainly would be pretty cool. And also, most noteworthy, as Bailey Zappi throws an interception to a defensive lineman. Fitting end of the year for Cleveland there. If Cincinnati wins, and we get to $200 in total Super Chat revenue on today's show, up to $7.50 right now. We will be live tomorrow at 4:30 for those late afternoon games. On the graphic, it says Kansas City at Denver, but we also will have an eye on New York, Miami as well. So if we get to that $200 Super Chat mark and the Cincinnati Bengals win, I'm pretty confident Cincinnati's going to win, so it might just be up to getting the $200 in Super Chats. We will be live again tomorrow, and that'd be pretty cool because that would mean that we get to go live at least one more time, even if Cincinnati is not able to get into the postseason. So hopefully we can make that happen. And again, this is our Super Chat menu. Of course, we'll reference this several times throughout the evening. Sage says, adapt, improvise, overcome tonight, Bengals. I like that. Adapt, improvise, overcome. I might just start using that in day-to-day life as well. That's a good comment there. Sage. Rob says Tua isn't starting. I don't know if he's officially not. I know it didn't look good as far as him starting, and I know the line favors the Jets, so that would tell me he is not going to play as well. But, yeah, certainly that is very significant. Last I looked, the Jets were favored by a point in that game. It is in New York, by the way, so we'll see. But, yeah, that certainly has a massive impact on the game if Tua is not able to go out there and start. Mike Conley Jr. says do or die time for Cincinnati. Absolutely. Nice comment here from Egg as well. Says, go Cincinnati, I need a positive record, meaning a winning record. That would be pretty impressive if they were able to get yet another winning record. That would mean back-to-back 9-8 seasons, which obviously isn't the standard here in Cincinnati. But, you know, you lost Joe Burrow last year. You're able to get to 9-8. And you just had a disaster of a start this year, and if you're able to still end with a winning record, I think that would be very, very positive for you going into next season. Someone says, Houday from South Carolina. What's up, someone? Appreciate you hanging out. Got just over 20 minutes to go here before this game kicks off. I would imagine it's going to start on time, but you never know with these games. Cleveland-Baltimore isn't officially over, so we'll see. Hopefully it starts on time. But, again, it's supposed to be an 8 o'clock kick, not an 8:15 kick. Typically the night games are an 8:15 or an 8:20, but they're supposed to go at 8. We will see if that ends up being the case or not. Also, do want to bring this up, kind of tease this a little bit earlier on when we first got live here on the channel. Chat Sports is going to be live for every single NFL playoff game and all of the college football playoff games as well. So don't miss out on any of that action. Go over to our main Chat Sports channel. It's got close to 400,000 subscribers, approaching that 400,000 subscriber mark. Hit that sub button, youtube.com/chatsportstv. And they'll have some fun watch parties where you can hang out for those NFL playoff games and college football playoff games as well. I will not be hosting any of that. I did a lot of producing on, the Rose Bowl, the game that was earlier in the day, Texas and Arizona State. Also did a double whammy the first round with Ohio State, Tennessee, as well as whatever game came before that, which is escaping my memory right now. Not Penn State, SMU. What was the one in between that? Texas and whoever Texas played in the first round. But regardless, hit that sub button. Should be a lot of fun. Again, we're approaching 400,000 subscribers on that channel. And that channel in itself is really a big reason why we're able to do what we do here at Bengals Breakdown, because of that main Chat Sports channel. So show them some love. Hit that sub button on their channel, youtube.com/chatsportstv, our channel, I should say. And, yeah, it'll be a good spot to hang out for all the NFL playoff games, even if Cincinnati is not in. You know, obviously, it's going to be harder to watch the playoffs if Cincinnati's not in, but it's the NFL playoffs. We'll all still tune in. Might be some angst there for a little bit, some anger, some disappointment. But at the end of the day, we'll all still tune in. So that's a good spot for you. Hit that sub button, youtube.com/chatsportstv. Chase says, would you say T. Higgins gets in the end zone tonight? Yeah. Yeah, I would. I think he gets back in the end zone again. I would say so. That's what my gut tells me, right? Again, with the inclement weather, you kind of wonder how many points are going to be scored in this game. But the weather was fine in Week 13 when these two teams played. And I said I thought it was going to be a low-scoring game, and it was an absolute shootout. So we'll see. Maybe they'll be able to persevere through the weather and still produce a shootout in this game. I don't know. But it would surprise me if that were the case. My score prediction was going into the week 28-24 Cincinnati. And I'll stick with it, but my gut tells me it's going to be a little bit more low scoring than that. So that would mean limited guys getting into the end zone. Definitely think Jamar finds a way in. Jamar, by the way, chasing the Triple Crown. Still got 20 minutes left. We'll go through some keys to victory here in a moment. But back to the question from Chase. I think T. Higgins getting in is probably a fair bet to make if that's something that you are looking to do here with tonight's game. Do have another super chat that we need to get to here, and then we'll kind of get into some keys to victory before this game gets underway in supposedly just under 20 minutes. Hello, Who Dey Nation from Cleveland. Please win. Love that. Yeah, I am not a fan of Pittsburgh either. And rough season for the Browns. But, yeah, if Cincinnati can get a victory over the Steelers, definitely think that would be a reason to celebrate for Cleveland. I kind of go back and forth. Growing up, the most hated team as a Bengals fan was always Pittsburgh. But I think in large part that was because they were always so good, and Roethlisberger was so good against the Bengals, and he seemingly always beat Cincinnati. Now, without Roethlisberger, the Bengals have had a little bit more success against them. I probably lean towards disliking Cleveland more right now. It might be a crazy comment, but the Browns are also just so pathetically bad that it might not be the case there. I'm sorry, Brad. I didn't mean to rip your team after you just sent us a super chat. Regardless, I appreciate it, and hopefully Cincinnati can help you out and defeat the Pittsburgh Steelers. Because I think we all can agree that we don't like the Pittsburgh Steelers, regardless if we are Cincinnati or Cleveland fans. Rob says 8 straight games, 250 and 3 tutties. If he does it tonight again, I mean, my goodness. Which, by the way, talking a little bit about Joe Burrow here. If Cincinnati gets into the playoffs, he's got to be the MVP, in my opinion. Has to be. Even if they win tonight and don't get in, I still, if I had to vote, obviously I'm biased, but if I had to vote, I'd probably still vote for him, to be completely honest with you. Because he is, not to disrespect Lamar, who, just won the division, or Josh Allen, but Joe Burrow has done a lot more stuff that makes him more valuable than those guys. And the stat with the 7 straight, 250-plus and 3-plus touchdowns, I mean, that's ridiculous. That's never been done before in the history of the game. Absolutely nuts. So, we'll see. 10,000 Noodles says KC is going to tank. We really placing our hopes on Carson Wentz. Funny you say that. I was talking with a buddy earlier today about that. Just kind of asking him, do you really think, if Kansas City was in a position where they were down 3 and they got the ball with 3 minutes left, do you think they just run the ball and run the clock out? I would be shocked if they did that. I totally get why people say they would do that, and it makes sense for them to do that because, the only team that's had success against them in the past 3-4 years has been the Bengals. So I would get them not wanting Cincinnati to get in. That seems pretty soft. And if I were the Chiefs, yeah, I wouldn't want to face the Bengals, but also having only 1 loss would be pretty cool as well. So I don't know. I'm very interested in that game tomorrow. Kansas City is a 10-point underdog last I looked, 10.5 probably. So that'll be interesting, but I just can't see a professional football team. But you kind of see it with Cleveland. They're clearly tanking. They clearly tried not to win, but I don't think you would see a team that is a Super Bowl favorite just kind of try to lose a game at the end of the year. That, to me, seems pretty soft, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm very eager to see what happens in that game, but if Cincinnati doesn't get a win tonight, it doesn't matter whatsoever. All right, got approaching 400 people here in the chat. Keep hitting that thumbs up icon. Keep helping us out. And the snow is falling in Pittsburgh. Bengals got the white tops and the orange pants. That is now my favorite. Not that it really matters, but that is now my favorite uniform that they have. White tops, orange pants. Those are pretty sick. Absolutely no doubt about that. All right. Got another super chat here from Joey Chentrick. Says, Houday from Pittsburgh. So I don't know if he is at the game or just lives in Pittsburgh and is a Bengals fan, but regardless, Joey, appreciate you. $2 super chat up to $11.50. If we get to 100, we'll have a raffle. If we get to 200, the Bengals win, we will be live at probably 4:15 tomorrow for those Chiefs-Broncos game and the Jets-Dolphins game as well. Let's get into some keys to victory here as we got about 15 minutes, allegedly, until kick. First up, pressure Russell Wilson. Last time he played, Russell Wilson had one of the best games of his career. He was able to do whatever he wanted out there, and he looked like Tom Brady. He just looked like he was unstoppable. And, you know, Russ has had a great career, Super Bowl champion, whatever. He ain't like that. He ain't that. So if you can apply some pressure to him and, make things a little bit easier for you defensively, create some negative plays, something that in this winning streak the Bengals have been able to do, create some winning plays, or negative plays, rather, for opposing offenses. We have not seen that leading up to this last stretch of the season. The Bengals were not able to create any negative plays. They weren't able to create any sacks. They weren't able to pressure the quarterback. Got to find a way to do that here in this game. Despite the weather, if Russ can sit back there and has all the time in the world, he will get the ball to his playmakers. He will. And you got to be able to do a better job of disrupting him. A guy that I've got my eye on is Joseph Ossai. Ossai is a guy that I've been very hard on this season. That's a contract year for Ossai, the final year of his rookie deal. I still don't think he's going to be back next year, but he's played really, really well over the course of these past 3 or so weeks, and he's really given you an option opposite Trey Hendrickson when it comes to rushing the passer. And he's going to have a really good game tonight for Cincinnati to be able to get some pressure on Russell Wilson. I'm also expecting a big game from Trey Hendrickson. He started out the year really, really hot. Has kind of cooled down from a sacks perspective. He still is a guy that, opposing offenses always have to worry about. By the way, he is a Pro Bowler. It's going to be Chase, Burrow, and Hendrickson. Hopefully they're in the middle of a playoff run and aren't at the Pro Bowl, but regardless, Trey Hendrickson, I'm expecting him to kind of show up and show out tonight for Cincinnati. Chase, unfortunately, I have not seen the Ravens fan spammer, but we are not going to do that. We're only going to time out people that are being inappropriate, and that does not fall in that category. So just got to take it, and hopefully Cincinnati can sneak into the playoffs and potentially play Baltimore down the stretch, because Baltimore is a team that, those two games, they had Baltimore beat twice, and they let them both slip away. So I would love to get another opportunity at the Baltimore Ravens, because I think Bengals Ravens in the playoffs, I think Cincinnati beats them up and wins that football game. But we'll see. We will see. That's key to victory number 1, pressure Russell Wilson. Key to victory number 2, stars need to shine. Could really say this every single week, but need a big game from Burrow. Need a big game from Chase. Need a big game from Higgins. And, of course, we already talked about Hendrickson as well. The Bengals have really been playing in playoff games the past couple of weeks. And this feels like a playoff game, right? It's an island game. It's the only game that's going to be on. Prime time, cold, snowy, division rival. Like, this feels like a playoff game. So, stars absolutely need to shine. Hopefully the wind isn't too much of a factor when it comes to Joe Burrow throwing the football. I'm eager to see how he plays in these conditions, to be honest with you. Because if he goes out there and can cut it through this wind, there's really no – like right now I think he's the best quarterback in the league, but if he can go out there in these conditions and still do what he's been doing, there's absolutely nothing you can say about Joe Burrow and kind of his ability out there on the football field as an elite quarterback. Jamar Chase, he's going for the Triple Crown. I think for a while there, I would come on here and say that was kind of one of the Bengals' main goals was to get him the Triple Crown because it kind of felt like they were going to eventually be eliminated from the playoffs. Of course, that ended up not happening, but Jamar Chase still chasing that Triple Crown. He's got sizable leads over Amon-Ra and St. Brown for receiving yards and touchdowns. I think Brown would need St. Brown would need 4 to catch him, and Jamar would have to have 0, so probably not going to happen there. And the receiving yards, I think he literally has run away with that. So it's going to come down to catches as far as the Triple Crown goes. He has an 8-catch lead over Amon-Ra St. Brown, so I think you're going to see, Joe Burrow's going to go to him early and often in this game. He's going to make sure that he gets this record, okay? Triple Crown, something that I believe I've only seen once in my life with Cooper Kupp when they beat the Bengals in the Super Bowl, which is unfortunate. But this would be absolutely amazing if he were able to do this. He's going to break the market this offseason as far as, his contract goes. Hopefully Cincinnati can get it done with no issues, but he's clearly the best receiver in the game. And if he can finish off this Triple Crown, and I would imagine if he gets 9 or 10 catches, he would be perfectly fine. As far as that goes, probably really only needs 5 or 6, but I'm sure you're going to see him get a lot of opportunities. They ran kind of the pop pass, right, where it's basically a reverse. Jamar comes in motion, and they just kind of pop it to him, which counts as a reception. I bet you'll see that tonight to get him an easy 1 or 2. But, hopefully Cincinnati can throw the football because they're probably not going to be able to run the ball. So hopefully the wind isn't too big of a factor and they can still sling it around the yard a little bit. Key to victory number 3, offensive line got to dig deep in this game. Orlando Brown Jr. is an absolute savage. He's playing with a broken fibula, okay? And Amarius Mims has, I don't know if the hand's broken, it probably is, and the ankle is pretty beat up as well. And those are your 2 tackles, and they're giving it a go here tonight, trying to finish the season strong. So they got to dig deep and just protect Joe Burrow one last time. Hopefully it's more than that, but, that wind is whipping in Pittsburgh. My goodness. That's brutal. But dig deep in battle. Empty the tank for 60 minutes. The fact these 2 guys are playing is so impressive. I'm offensive linemen are just the toughest guys in the league, really. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. And, hopefully they can, like I said, dig deep and protect Joe Burrow in this game. Maybe get some stuff going in the run game as well. But the offensive line is really going to have an opportunity to set the tone in this game because if Joe Burrow doesn't have any time to throw, Bengals aren't going to win. That's very, very obvious, but big performance from the offensive line is needed in this game. A Wall says we still don't protect Burrow, and it sickens me. Well, this is the best we've ever protected him, is what I will say to that. Joe Burrow also, when it's 3rd and 4th down, holds on to the ball, so some of the hits he takes are his fault. But, it is definitely frustrating that, like Tom Brady, that guy never got hit, right? And Joe Burrow is here only a few years in the league, and he takes massive shots every single game, and he pops right back up. It's my favorite thing about watching him play, not seeing him get hit, but just his toughness, how it just does not faze him whatsoever. And, hopefully the offensive line can get better. Again, I think you've got your guy there in Amarius Mims. Orlando Brown Jr. is definitely your left tackle as well. Hopefully you get some more health next year for those 2 guys. And the guard spot definitely is weak with Kappa and Ford/Volson. I feel good about Karras at the center spot. But as far as your interior goes, you might be looking to make a switch at one of those guard positions next year. But I think your tackles are in a good spot. It's just whether or not they can stay healthy. And Cochran, he's gotten cooked at times this year, no doubt about that. But he always seems to settle in eventually when he comes in. Definitely was shaky in spots last week, but this is a guy that is standing there on the sideline and then just all right, sub in and go in and battle. It's not like he's playing receiver, right? He's playing line. He's getting in car wrecks every single play. So I feel like that would just be so difficult being an offensive lineman sitting on the bench and then just having to go out there for every single snap and be expected to play the left side and the right side. If whoever goes down, I think one of the tackles is probably going to have to come out of the game at some point tonight. Again, broken leg and broken hand and messed up ankle. So if both those guys played all the snaps, I would be surprised. But Cochran's probably going to have to come in at some point, whether it's the left side or the right side. And Joe Burrow's just got to be wary of that and understand that, he's got to, get the ball out of his hands quickly and understand that he's going to get pressure from whatever side that Cochran is protecting if he indeed comes into the football game. Key to victory number 4, protect the football. Look, even last week, Bengals, T. Higgins was awesome. Don't want to sit here and criticize T. Higgins at all, but he had a fumble with 5 minutes left, and that's kind of been the story of the Bengals season, these fourth quarter turnovers. They did it against Pittsburgh in Week 13. That's why they lost the game. So turnover battle is going to be big. Weather's going to be crappy. And holding on to the football is going to be massive. So Burrow's going to take some shots in this game. It's up to him to make sure they're not strip sacks, right? Which sometimes you can't control whatsoever. But got to win the turnover battle in these AFC North games. You could say it every single NFL game, really, which I feel like I have for a while. But protecting the football is going to be really, really critical for Cincinnati in this game. And lastly, special teams execution. I am sure I would have heard by now if Evan McPherson is going to be playing, so I assume it is going to be Cade York, who, of course, missed a 33-yard attempt in overtime last week. That's a lot of scar tissue. You're going up against a guy in Chris Boswell who has absolutely owned you. Chris Boswell is so good against the Cincinnati Bengals, and he's so good at Acrisure Stadium in the bad elements as well. So definitely advantage Pittsburgh in the special teams department. Pittsburgh's got one of the best, if not the best, special teams in all of football, and probably the best, if not the best, special teams coordinator in all of football as well. So it's going to be critical for Cincinnati to, play up to the standard on that side of the ball, that special team side, because these division games, late season games, playoff type games, special teams oftentimes can be what wins or loses you a football game. So got to be better on special teams. Hopefully, Cade York is able to shake kind of the demons that he's dealing with right now. Early on, they're going to go to him, right? If they're in a 3rd and long, they're going to send out the kicker, right? They're not going to go for it if it's 3rd and 8, right? He's going to have an opportunity, and then, depending on how he executes in that moment, will dictate whether or not they can go back to him late in the game. So we'll see. But special teams execution going to be big in this game for the Bengals. All right. Those are our keys to victory. Before we get going here, I'm going to send the link to our Steelers chat, or to our Steelers live show. Jack Sperry, and I'm not sure who his producer is, but Jack Sperry is live over at our Steelers channel here at Chat Sports. He's down in Texas. I am here in Cincinnati, but that link is in the comment section of our live chat. So click that link and type Houday in their stream. Help us out. Let's get as many Houdays as possible into their stream. Need somebody to go over there for me and just spam Houday in their comment section. Let them know what's coming, because the Cincinnati Bengals are coming into Pittsburgh trying to get a victory. So you've got it there in the chat. Hit that link. It'll take you to their stream. Type your Houdays in, and then come on right back to us. Welcome to the Jungle says they will do it. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Jungle. Harvey's here. He says hello. Appreciate you, Twandell. And we also have a $5 super chat that we need to get to here in a second as well. It is 7:59 p.m. Eastern Time, so we will see if this game is getting started on time or not. $5 super chat from Eli Bush. Says, thanks for the greatest season. I appreciate that, Eli. Thanks for hanging out with us. It means a lot. I will get you into our raffle. We've had a lot of fun on these live streams. Haven't gotten as many wins as we would have thought or liked, but that doesn't mean we haven't gotten entertaining games. I mean, really, beyond the Philadelphia game, which was just a weird game, every other game has been super entertaining. A lot of ended in heartbreak, but we haven't really gotten any clunkers this season. So, Eli, I appreciate you hanging out all season. Appreciate the $5 super chat. We will get you into our raffle. Frank says, hoping for another win from Australia. Says, who day? Appreciate you, Frank. Thanks for tuning in Australia. What time is it in Australia right now? I have no idea. Let me know in the comments section, Frank, what time it is. Guess I could look it up right now, but Rob says, who's returning tonight? Good question. No Jermaine Burton after he was evicted. And I would imagine it's going to be Isaiah Williams. Charlie Jones is inactive as well, so we will see. But my gut says Isaiah Williams. Got a $2 super chat from Alex Schmidt that we will get to here. Appreciate you, Alex. Looks like we are not too far away from kickoff in Pittsburgh, as it is 8:01 right now. Lisa Salters is talking with TJ Watt. Watt, of course, going to be a big storyline in this game, as he always is. Has had his fair share of success against the Bengals. Thought the Bengals did a nice job containing him in Week 13. We'll see if they're able to do that again. Dangerous Drew says, what's up? Appreciate you hanging out. Dangerous Drew, good to see you in here again. Frank says it's noon on Sunday. Says better than a 5 a.m. start time. Yeah. Well, thanks for hanging out, Frank. Man, that's crazy. That is literally the complete opposite side of the world. 12 p.m. on Sunday in Australia. Wow. Looks like we are getting ready for kickoff here. Those who days for us into the comments section. Michael Easterwood is here. I'll get it to you here, Michael. Michael wants to know our super chat menu. Going to be raffling off helmet string lights at the end of our stream. Can put them in your office, your room. Nice decoration. Got the Bengals helmets on them. And a little light string there you can plug in. Pretty cool stuff. So we're going to be raffling that off at the end of our stream. Looking for our first $100 super chat. Someone to break our record. Was told we need to break a record here at Chat Sports. And I thought, what better way to do that than get a $100 super chat. Something we have not gotten yet to this point. But the most important part of our super chat menu here tonight is that last part. If the Bengals win and we get to $200 in super chats, we're going to be live again tomorrow for graphic says Chiefs Broncos, but we'll also be tapped into Dolphins Jets as well. Right now we currently have $18 in super chats. So if we can hit that $200 mark, we'll be live again tomorrow. So Michael, there's the super chat menu. Appreciate you stopping by as always. Marvin Williford is here as well. He says, who day? Hope the defense will come to the game tonight. If they do, we will win. Couldn't agree more, Marvin. I think that is absolutely spot on. Adam Scott says Dolphins 31, Jets 6. Well, that's not going to happen, Adam, considering that Tua is probably not going to play. I don't know if Huntley has 31 points in him, but I understand your pessimism. No reason to really be optimistic if you're the Bengals. Would Just based on how the season has gone, doesn't feel like enough will happen for you to get in, but we'll see. Fingers crossed, but hopefully we can be live tomorrow for it. They are singing the anthem. Keep the Who Daves coming in the comments section. Michael Easterwood, his first super chat of the night. We will bring that up here. Here's Alex Schmidt's $2 super chat that we certainly appreciate. Thanks, Alex. Michael, I will get you into our raffle. You are in. Brandon Rocks 13, Eli Bush, Michael Easterwood. Currently 3 people that are in our raffle at this point. Big game, Bengals and Steelers, Week 18. I cannot believe the regular season is already about to end for the Cincinnati Bengals. It feels like just the other day we were here. We were excited. Joe Burrow was making his return against the Patriots. Bengals were only scoring 10 points and losing. But, yeah, it really has absolutely flown by here. And just thankful that they have a chance, you know. I think there was a point this year where, you know, we thought we might be doing this stream here in Week 18, and it might be, you know, a 1 o'clock game where Pittsburgh's not playing their starters and Cincinnati's just searching for answers still. But not the case. Basically a playoff game here tonight. Pittsburgh has kind of come down to life here, and they really need a win to get some momentum going into the postseason. Baltimore, if you're just joining us, took care of the Cleveland Browns. They have won the AFC North. And Bengals Steelers tonight, Week 18. Should be a lot of fun, hopefully. Cincinnati can do enough to win this football game. The elements are certainly going to be something to keep an eye on in this game. $20 super chat from Aunt Stephanie. Let's go, Bengals. Appreciate you, Aunt Stephanie and Jim. $20 super chat. That's 4 entries into our raffle. Thank you. And like an idiot, I forgot my pen once again. So I'm going to run and get it. And we're back. Isaiah Williams returns the opening kickoff and takes it out to the 26-yard line. And Joe Burrow and the Bengals offense will start with the football here on Saturday night. First and 10 for the Bengals. We have made it. About a 10-minute delay here, but we are underway. They will run it with Herbert on the first play up the middle, and that is going nowhere. Tackled at the line of scrimmage. And going to be 2nd and 10 here early for Cincinnati. Burrow in an empty set. Khalil Herbert is the running back for Cincinnati as Chase Brown is out with an ankle injury. Burrow takes the snap. Here comes pressure from Pittsburgh. Quick pass. Gesicki's got it, makes a move, and is tackled after a 12-yard pickup, first down, Cincinnati. Great job by the offensive line there on that play. Pittsburgh sent some pressure, and Cincinnati did a really nice job dealing with that blitz. Gesicki was one-on-one on the outside. Another back shoulder throw from Burrow. The Joe Burrow special right there. Gesicki was able to get it. About 2 yards shy of the line of scrimmage, make a move. Drag the defender for about a 12-yard gain. 1st and 10, Cincinnati at their own 40-yard line. Burrow in the gun. Takes the snap. Looking right, firing right. Another back shoulder pass, this time to T. Higgins, who's got it, and that's going to be good enough for another Cincinnati first down. He might be a half a yard short. But so far, so good with Joe Burrow here throwing the football through this Pennsylvania wind. Great job by Higgins. Strong hands there, not allowing the ground to break up that catch. He is going to be marked 1 yard shy of the line to gain. Second and 1. Burrow in the gun. Takes the snap. Pittsburgh brings 4. Burrow fires over the middle. He's got Gesicki again down at the Pittsburgh 35-yard line. The wind and the elements not causing any issues here for the Bengals offense early. 2 big Mike Gesicki receptions early on. And Joe Burrow doing Joe Burrow things here. Cincinnati's got it at the Pittsburgh 36. Only seen 1 run play so far in this game. Here's the second. They'll give it to Herbert. Makes a move and then stumbles his way to the Pittsburgh 30-yard line. Got tripped up there. Probably had an opportunity to get a little bit more yardage had he not slipped. But still a solid pickup on first down. They'll give him 5. 2nd and 5 coming up here under 12 minutes to go in the first quarter. Appreciate you, Aunt Stephanie and Jim for the $20 super chat. It's 4 entries for you guys, but we'll get you in. Also, Mom, $5 super chat. Burrow in the gun, takes the snap, hands it off to Herbert again, and he's going to get tackled a yard shy of the first down marker after a pickup of 4. It will be 3rd and 1 for Cincinnati, their first 3rd down of the day. Type those 3s for us into the comments section. Bengals once again in the gun. Jamar Chase motions out of the backfield. Burrow's got it. Fires to Chase in the flat. He's got it. First down, Cincinnati tackled at the 20-yard line. Beautiful throw there by Joe Burrow in the flat. Had to be perfect with that one, and he was. Jamar hauls it in for his first catch of the night. Another first down, Cincinnati. Man, this Bengals offense looks unstoppable. Bengals now inside the red zone. 1st and 10 at the Pittsburgh 19. Burrow takes the snap. Fires towards the sideline. He's got Chase again out of bounds. 3 yards shy of the first down marker. 2nd and 7 coming up. Joe Burrow has yet to throw an incompletion in this football game. My new favorite uniforms, the orange pants and the white tops. Those are tough. 2nd and 3 here, under 10 minutes to go in the quarter. Burrow takes the snap. Here comes pressure from Pittsburgh. Burrow fires to the end zone. He's got Chase wide open on the slant route. Touchdown, Cincinnati, and the Bengals strike first here on Saturday night. Man, that's just absolutely perfect. That is the perfect drive right there. Give Zach Taylor a lot of credit. The script was perfect. Bengals only had to run it a couple of times with Khalil Herbert. Joe Burrow and his boys did the rest. Easy touchdown. Takes 5 minutes off the game clock, and the Bengals jump out to a 6-0 lead here on the road. Look like a playoff team for sure. Here's Cade York that will attempt the extra point. And kick is up and right down the middle. Good stuff there from York. Too easy. Way too easy there. Just surgical stuff there from Joe Burrow and the Bengals offense. Got over 900 people now. Let's bring up our Super Chat menu again. Up to $68 as Marvin Williford sends in a $20 Super Chat. That is 4 entries for him into our Helmet String Lights raffle. If we can get to $200 in supers and the Bengals win, and they have a 7-0 lead, here's another $5 Super Chat from Michael Easterwood, then we will be live again tomorrow, keeping an eye on the Chiefs, Broncos, and the Jets and the Dolphins as well. So keep that in mind. Up to $73 now in Super Chats as I update the score here. Bengals up 7-0. Just a surgical drive there by Joe Burrow and company. Takes 5 minutes off the clock and results in a touchdown. Burrow, no incompletions there. Looks like an MVP. And the Bengals look like one of the best teams in football right now, which is just going to make you so sad and frustrated if they're not able to get into the playoffs. But for now, for the rest of tonight, I'm going to be positive and assume that Kansas City's going to do their job and New York's going to do their job as well, and that Cincinnati's going to get in. If that doesn't happen, we'll have plenty of videos expressing our disappointment. But for tonight, we're just going to be happy, and we're going to assume that the Bengals are going to have done enough to get into the playoffs. All right. Marvin, appreciate you. Get you 4 entries right here. Michael Easterwood says I would try to be positive, but the Jets, I feel better about the Jets than I do about the Chiefs, to be honest with you. As crazy as that sounds. But that's fair. Totally fair. Got you in for your second entry there, Michael, as well. And the ball falls off the tee here. Burrow was 6 of 6 for 64 yards and a touchdown. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Appreciate the kind words there, Jill. See what this Bengals defense can do. Which version of the Bengals defense we will get here tonight. And a flag comes out here as there's some kind of penalty here on the kickoff. Mistake there by Cade York. The ball has to land in the landing zone now because of the new kickoff rules. I believe it's the first time we've seen this penalty called on Cincinnati after the new rules. York did not land it in that zone. And it's essentially equivalent to kicking the ball out of bounds because Pittsburgh will start at the 40-yard line. So Cade York makes the extra point, does his job there, but a critical error immediately after that gives Pittsburgh great field position at their own 40-yard line. All right, let's see what this Bengals defense can do here in Week 18. Russell Wilson is the quarterback for Pittsburgh. Najee Harris into the game at running back for Pittsburgh. 3 wide receivers lined up. Pittsburgh runs it up the middle here with Harris on the first play. He'll get about 4 yards, tackled on the play by Akeem Davis-Gaither. Second down and 7 for Pittsburgh. Wilson in the gun. Takes the snap. Quick pass out to George Pickens. Tries to make a move, but Josh Newton is there to meet him right at the line of scrimmage. I tell you what, this rookie has done some good things in recent weeks. Continues to prove his worth. Bengals 5th-round pick in the 2024 draft, Fig Newton. And he's got the sleeves on. I don't blame him. That's exactly how I would be dressed if I were playing in this football game. No reason to mess around in these elements with short sleeves. I'd be out there all bundled up. And that's what Fig's doing for Cincinnati. 3rd and 7 for this Bengals defense. Can they force a 3-and-out here immediately? Here comes Pickens in motion. Bengals only send 4. Wilson staying in the pocket, and he's going to get dropped. Trey Hendrickson right on cue makes his presence felt early on in this game, gets the sack on 3rd down, and Pittsburgh will go 3-and-out and be forced to punt. Dream start for Cincinnati in this football game. Gets a little bit of help here from his buddy Myles Murphy as well. Not sure if it's enough to get a half a sack for Murphy. We'll see. But Wilson decided to hang into the pocket as opposed to bailing like we saw from Bo Nix last week. And it ends up costing him, though, as Trey Hendrickson's able to make the sack with a little bit of help from Myles Murphy as well. Isaiah Williams returns the punt for Cincinnati, gets a couple of yards, and we will see Joe Burrow in this Bengals offense for the second time tonight. Show love to our super chatters here. Approaching 1,000 viewers. Make sure you hit that thumbs up icon for us. Only have 166 likes at the moment, but do have $73 in super chats, which certainly is a good start for us. Appreciate Marvin. That is 4 entries into our Bengals Lights raffle. I've got you written down, Marvin. And also, of course, Michael Easterwood. In honor of the Bengals lead, you can always count on Michael Easterwood for a super chat after some quality Bengals offense. Impressive start all the way around for Cincinnati. You couldn't draw it up any better. You go down the field, you don't throw one incompletion, you score a touchdown, and then you get that out there on defense after the miscue from Cade York, and you force a 3-and-out on your opening possession defensively. So, incredible start. Josh Newton has really come along. Could he potentially be a guy that is a starter for you going forward? If he keeps trending in this direction, potentially. Still think you definitely need to address that corner position in the draft. And you've got 2 guys that are capable of being starters that got hurt. Dax Hill was having a heck of a year. You know, if Dax Hill doesn't get hurt this year, I think the Bengals defense plays a lot better in spots. He was really having a heck of a year before he messed up his knee. And then, of course, the broken clavicle for DJ Turner, who was starting to come along as well. So you've got some guys there at that spot. Cam Taylor-Britt has been wildly inconsistent for you, so you definitely need to draft a corner in 2025. But Fig Newton could be a guy that hangs around for a while if he continues to play good football, and he has for the past couple of weeks. First and 10, Cincinnati. 7:47 to go here in the first quarter. Herbert into the game at running back for the injured Chase Brown. In the right hip pocket of Joe Burrow. Burrow takes the snap, fires into the flat. He's got his tight end. This time it's Cam Grandy, who picks up about 8 yards on first down. Talked about Cam Grandy potentially having an increased role in this football game with, of course, Drew Sample being banged up with that groin. He is still active, but certainly far from 100%. By the way, Cody Ford has checked into the game at right tackle. And it looks like Volson, by the way, got the start at left guard. Here's Herbert up the middle on 2nd and 1. Tries to shake a guy, unable to do so, and it's going to be a loss of 2 on 2nd down for Cincinnati. That will bring up a 3rd and a long 2. So Cordell Volson, I believe, he's in the game right now at left guard. I would imagine he got the start at left guard. And it looked like the Bengals are without Amarius Mims on this drive. We saw it last week. He tried to give it a go, was ultimately too banged up. He was great on that first drive for Cincinnati, but now Cody Ford has checked into that right tackle spot, Orlando Brown Jr. on the left side. Pittsburgh simulating some pressure here on 3rd and 2. They'll sag off. Burrow gets rid of it quickly. He's got Gesicki again, who's got another Cincinnati first down. Pickup of 5. Type in those ones for us in the comments section. Really love this game plan from Zach Taylor and Dan Pitcher. Very evident that a major point of emphasis for Cincinnati this week was trying to get the ball out of Joe Burrow's hands quickly, and that's exactly what you're seeing here. Joe Burrow's catching the snap, 1-2, that ball's out. Got to do that against this stingy Pittsburgh front. Doing a great job so far as we got about 6 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Burrow takes the snap. Fake pitch to Herbert. He's going to escape the pocket here, roll out to his right, and just sling one to the sideline, and he's got T. Higgins. Unbelievable. Thought he was going to hold on to it for too long there, as some Pittsburgh defenders were closing in on him, but he was able to get it out and really cuts it through the wind here. Really nice throw by T. Higgins. Nice job by him, or nice throw by Burrow. Nice job by T. Higgins, recognizing that it is a scramble drill. Tries to find the soft spot of the Pittsburgh defense. Executes it to perfection. Another first down for Cincinnati. Back into Pittsburgh territory. 1st and 10 at the Steelers' 43-yard line. Burrow takes the snap. Hands it off in the gun to Khalil Herbert. And there's some space there as he's going to pick up 8 yards on first down. Total domination here through 10 minutes of this football game from Cincinnati. Second and 2 at the Steeler 35-yard line. Joe takes the snap, dumps it off to his running back, who gets hit right at the line of scrimmage, but is able to bounce through the tackle a little bit and get very close to the line to gain. They're going to mark him just barely short. It's going to be about 3rd and a half a yard here for Cincinnati. Definitely think this is 4-down territory for Zach Taylor. Third and 1. Back to the shotgun. They will hand it off up the middle to Khalil Herbert. Nice job by the Bengals offensive line. Tell you what, Cordell Volson and Alex Kappa have had a really strong start to this football game. They have struggled mightily in recent weeks. But they're playing really well early on here for Cincinnati. Hit our 200 like threshold. Appreciate everybody that made that happen. Let's get to 300 here as soon as possible. 3.5 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Burrow takes the shotgun snap. Dumps it off once again to Khalil Herbert. Makes the first guy miss. It was Patrick Queen that had an opportunity to knock him down a little bit short of what he did. And it's going to be a pickup of 5 for Khalil Herbert, who has been magnificent so far in this game. Of course, replacing the injured Chase Brown, who the Bengals lost at the very end of the game last week as he was trying to go down short of the end zone and ended up getting his ankle turned in that moment. Tried to give it a go in warm-ups, was able to do so, unable to do so. Khalil Herbert gets the start. 2nd and 5 at the Pittsburgh 25. Play action. Burrow to Gesicki, and that one was not going to work. Gets lit up there immediately by Elliott. There is a flag, our first penalty marker of the night We will check the laundry here, see who it is against. That was really the first play tonight that just didn't work for Cincinnati, which is credit to them as we're 13 minutes in this ball game. Looks like Cordell Volson was down the field illegally. He's going to get flagged for the penalty. Pittsburgh's going to decline it. It's going to bring up a third down here. Third and 6 at the Pittsburgh 26. Interesting to know if this is two-down territory or not for the Bengals. Herbert once again in the right hip pocket of Joe Burrow. Steelers bring pressure here on third down. The ball's out. Herbert luckily falls on it. Joe Burrow got drilled, and that ball came out. It was a fumble, and they have no option but to try a Cade York field goal at this point. First time we've seen Joe Burrow get hit so far in this game as he winces a little bit coming off the field. Offensive line's done a tremendous job up to this point, but they get beat here. Let's see who the culprit is. Yeah, just some miscommunication there by the offensive line. Cody Ford in at that tackle spot, and Patrick Queen was just able to shoot the gap and drill his former college teammate. Here's Cade York for a 48-yard field goal. It is up, and it is good. Cade York goes out there in the wind and executes. Really nice hold there by Ryan Rico as well, as the snap was kind of behind him. Again, wind is definitely a factor in this game. You wouldn't know it by how Joe Burrow's throwing the ball. But got to feel good about your special teams operation there after that particular play. Not the best snap, but Rico gets it down, and Cade York splits the uprights, and the Bengals extend their lead 10-0 here against Pittsburgh. Now over 1,000 people here hanging out. Make sure you hit that sub button if you've not done so already. We got the 15,000 shortly after the watch party last week. It would be pretty awesome to challenge the 16,000 subscriber mark here tonight. That would be pretty cool. Eli says, ugly hit on Burrow. Yeah, not exactly sure what the miscommunication was. It looks like Mims is out. Cody Ford is back in at that right tackle spot. Mims is so banged up. Credit to him for trying to give it a go, but looks like the pain is probably just a little bit too much for him. But some kind of miscommunication there between your offensive line. You should never have Patrick Queen running free at your quarterback right through the middle of your line of scrimmage. And that's what happened there on that play. Joe Burrow got drilled. The ball came out. Luckily, Khalil Herbert was able to fall on it. Nice awareness by him making that happen. And the Bengals were able to execute the field goal. And 2 successful drives offensively for Cincinnati. Got to feel good about where they're at. Of course, appreciate Tim Tyra helping us out as our moderator tonight, as he has been the past few weeks, helping us block these bots. Really appreciate him and his help. See if the Bengals can't force another 3 and out here. Do want to bring up our Super Chat menu. You're going to be going to this a lot tonight. Got $73 in Super Chat revenue. If the Bengals win and we get $200, we will be live again tomorrow at about 4:15, getting ready for Chiefs, Broncos, and Jets, Dolphins. All it takes is 200 and a Bengals win at 73 right now. So we are definitely well within striking distance. Welcome to the jungle says, where is Yoshi? Has he not been out there? He's definitely healthy, and he's playing tonight. You're right, they haven't thrown him the ball, but I'll have to take another look in terms of whether or not he is out there or not. I know they really like what Gesicki can do in the slot. And, when they bring in an extra guy in protection, they only, have 3 guys running routes. And it is, of course, Higgins, Chase, and then Gesicki. So we'll see. I'll definitely monitor that next offensive possession. Really nice return there by Jalen Warren for Pittsburgh, and they're going to get decent field position here for their second drive. First drive, just an absolute disaster for the Pittsburgh offense as they went backwards. -6 yards on that one. McKinley Jackson and Chris Jenkins Jr. are your two rookie defensive tackles into the game. Wilson hands it off to Najee Harris on the first play here of the drive, and Najee Harris doing Najee Harris things. Stumbled, broke a couple of tackles, and was able to pick up 10 yards and secure Pittsburgh's first down of the night. Probably could have been a lot worse had he not stumbled. But Najee Harris, going back to his college days at Alabama, he just runs through arm tackles. Wilson under center here, going to change the play at the line of scrimmage. Very well could be the final play of the first quarter, barring an incompletion or a penalty. They will pitch it to Najee Harris, and the Bengals defense is ready for it. It will be a loss of 1. Nice job by Shaka Hayward getting a defensive snap here at that linebacker position. When Logan Wilson went to IR, Hayward got the call up from the practice squad. Has really been exclusively a special teamer for Cincinnati, but he makes a big play on defense, gets himself a little TFL. Clock at 11 seconds. Pittsburgh looks like they're ready to go. Might try to run another play, and they will. Play fake. Wilson tries to dump it off to Najee Harris, but throws it at his feet. Trey Hendrickson was bearing down on Russell Wilson, nearly got his second sack of the night. Wilson was not able to give Najee Harris a good ball. It will bring up third down, and there still is 2 seconds left on the clock here in the first quarter. Interesting decision there by Pittsburgh to try to run another play. Typically, you see teams get set up at the line of scrimmage and maybe perhaps try to draw the defense off sides. But they opted to snap the football, and that was a major mistake for Pittsburgh. This will be the final play of the first quarter, barring a penalty. 2 seconds to go in the quarter. 3rd and 11. Cincinnati simulating some pressure here. They will bring it. They will not get home. Wilson fires deep down the sideline, right into the bucket, and I believe that pass is caught. Cincinnati thinks he's out of bounds, but it will be a catch for Pittsburgh. That's just a beautiful throw there by Russell Wilson. And Mike Williams coming over in a trade with the Jets. They'll take another look at this. It looked like he did a nice job of toe tapping, but I don't know if he got both of his feet down. We'll see. Regardless, so that was a dime from Russell Wilson, and a beautiful catch there by Mike Williams as well. Dangerous Drew says, yeah, that was nice, honestly. Did he get both of those feet down? Dangerous Drew? If so, Pittsburgh's going to be in Cincinnati territory. Ian says, what a catch. He thinks it was a catch. Dangerous Drew thinks it was a catch. Rob said, great catch. Egg says, no. CWT says blown coverage. I wouldn't really say that. You opted to bring pressure. You didn't get home, which has been, a storyline of your 2024 season. Bringing pressure, not able to get home. That's going to open up one-on-one opportunities all over the place. And that's just a dime from Russell Wilson, really. Drew says he was able to drag the left foot. It's a catch. Anita says incomplete. So some mixed feelings here in the comments section. I couldn't tell. I had my head down for the first look, and the second look I couldn't quite tell. I do know that it was a dime. So we'll see. Bengals are either going to be forcing their second straight punt defensively, or Pittsburgh's going to have their biggest play of the night offensively and be in Cincinnati territory. We'll update the clock here. Regardless, it is the end of the first quarter. They are showing it again here. Josh Newton was matched up on Williams. And that's a beautiful job by Josh Newton in coverage. And yep, that's a catch. First down, Pittsburgh into Cincinnati territory. So you knew they were going to make a play at some point, and it comes in the waning moments of the first quarter. Don't blame the rookie there at all. That's great coverage by Newton. Just a better throw and a better catch by Pittsburgh. Jaylen Warren checks into the game for the first time tonight at running back. Wilson under center. He will give it to Warren, who picks up about 4 yards before he's tackled on the play by those rookie defensive tackles, McKinley Jackson and Chris Jenkins Jr. Also Shaka Hayward into the mix for Cincinnati. We'll have to see who Shaka is in for, whether it is Akeem Davis-Gaither or Jermaine Pratt, and it is Jermaine Pratt. Or no, Jermaine Pratt's in the game as well. Are we rocking with three linebackers here? It looks like that is the case. Lou Anarumo going with three linebackers here for Cincinnati. Wilson pitches it to Warren once again, and he is tackled by McKinley Jackson, rookie out of Texas A&M, third-round pick. He really has come on strong for Cincinnati this season. Kind of was late getting going, missed much of the offseason stuff and training camp with an ankle injury. Nice job by Akeem Davis-Gaither, tripping up Warren in the backfield, and then McKinley Jackson was there to finish the job at that defensive tackle position. He will check out of the game for a breather. I'm really excited to see Shaka Hayward get some reps here. He was the guy that I thought was going to make the team until Mumajong Maeda really just took that from him in the preseason. Here's Wilson on third down, fires the Freiermuth, passes incomplete. CTB is celebrating, but there is a penalty marker, and I believe this is going to be an automatic first down for Pittsburgh. Looked like 29 and white was just a little too grabby there with Freiermuth, and indeed he was. Not sure what makes him get up and celebrate there, because he clearly is just all over the back of Pat Freiermuth. And that will be PI on Cam Taylor-Britt. Wilson knew it. That's going to be an automatic first down for Pittsburgh on third down. It's been a frustrating season for Cam Taylor-Britt. He's shown some positive things past few weeks, but reverting back to bad habits there on that particular play. Najee Harris back into the game for Pittsburgh. He gets the first down carry, and he bullies his way for another Pittsburgh first down. Just absolutely lowered his shoulder on Jermaine Pratt and ran right through him. That's going to be a first down for Pittsburgh. Pickup of 11 inside the Bengals red zone. Excuse me, that was Geno Stone that got ran through there, coming in from his safety spot. Nice job by him, though, ultimately making the tackle. That's a big boy coming downhill like a freight train. Still was able to make the tackle. And Pittsburgh will run it again here with Harris. And this time he's going to get tripped up after a minimal gain. They'll give him 3 or 4 yards on that play. Pittsburgh seems like they really want to run the football to that right side of the line of scrimmage. They've had some success doing that here in this drive. Susan says Mike Hilton is our best safety. Well, he's more of a nickel. But Hilton definitely has come on strong here past couple of weeks. Wilson in the gun. Another run with Harris. Makes the first guy miss. Jordan Battle and Jay Tufele are there to make the stop 1 yard short of the line to gain. I can imagine this is probably going to be 4-down territory for Mike Tomlin. He knows who's standing on that other sideline in Joe Burrow. Kicking field goals probably not going to give Pittsburgh a victory in this game. It's going to be 3rd and 1. I would imagine they have 2 plays to pick this up. Looks like a surefire run here, and they will indeed sneak it with Russell Wilson. This is close. Josh Newton thinks he's short, but a favorable spot here for Pittsburgh, and the official will signal a first down for the Steelers. It's going to be a 1st and goal situation for Pittsburgh. Got to find a way to make Russell Wilson beat you here in this goal-to-go situation. The reason why Pittsburgh as a goal-to-go situation is because they've really ran the ball all over you here on this drive. Certainly you have the massive third down pickup from Russell Wilson to Mike Williams down the sideline, but apart from that, it's been all on the ground for the Steelers. Wilson once again under center. Changing the play here with minimal time on the shot clock. 2, 1, barely gets it off, hands it off to Najee Harris. Again, he'll run to the right side, and this time the Bengals were ready for it as they force him out of bounds after only a pickup of 1. Nice job by Mike Hilton and Akeem Davis-Gaither. They snuffed that one out. Literally looked like the same play they've ran 3 or 4 times on this drive, just a run to the right with Najee Harris. Bengals did a nice job defending it on that play. 2nd and goal from the Cincinnati 8. Quick snap here. They'll hand it off again to Najee Harris. He tries to go up the middle, and he's only got 2 yards. It's going to be 3rd and goal here from the Cincinnati 6. So just as I mentioned, got to make Russell Wilson beat you, and that is exactly what Cincinnati has done. They're going to have an opportunity here to get off the field on 3rd and goal. Let's see if somebody can step up defensively and make a play. Pittsburgh eating up a lot of clock with this drive. We are already under 10 minutes to go here in the first half. Wilson takes the snap. He wants the fade, throws it up to his tight end. Incomplete. He wanted Darnell Washington. And are they going to flag CTB once again for PI? And it looks like they will. Cam Taylor-Britt with his 2nd defensive pass interference of the drive, and it's going to be 1st and goal Pittsburgh at the 1-yard line. Unbelievable. One-on-one situation, Pittsburgh definitely had the size advantage here. Big old Darnell Washington is massive, but Cam Taylor-Britt's got to know that you cannot be that grabby. With the tight end, just absolutely had his left arm grabbed. And, yep, to me, that's pass interference. Gets out of position a little bit. And that's 2-on-1 drive for CTB. I formation look here for Pittsburgh. They'll hand it off to Harris, and he just walks right into the end zone. Pittsburgh is on the board, 10-6. So we got us a ball game here on Saturday night. Got to give credit to Pittsburgh for their ability to run the football on that drive. You know, they really set the tone from a physicality standpoint there. Here's the extra point from Boswell, and he splits the uprights. It is 10-7. So got to give credit to Pittsburgh. But a lot of blame goes to Cam Taylor-Britt and what's been a really rocky season for him. He came into the year with expectations of being a cornerback 1 in this league, and it just simply has not panned out to that whatsoever. 2 DPIs on him. And then you have the dime from Russell down the sideline to Mike Williams, and that's kind of the story of that drive for Pittsburgh. You knew they were going to find their way into the game. They weren't just going to, get dominated here at home and just limp into the playoffs, right? You knew they'd make it competitive. Unfortunate that Cam Taylor-Britt's going to get flagged twice there. And that's brutal. That is, of course, our Super Chat menu. Hopefully going to be giving away some string lights, Bengals string lights at the end of our stream. $5 Super Chat gets you into that raffle. But the most important thing here is that last part of our graphic. If the Cincinnati Bengals win and we get to $200 in Super Chats, we will go live on our channel again tomorrow and have us a little watch party for what's going to take place at 4:25. Of course, Kansas City travels to Denver. Cincinnati rooting for Kansas City, as ironic as that is. And also, the Dolphins are traveling to New York to take on the Jets. Bengals need the Jets to win as well. So if we can get to $200 in Super Chats and the Bengals are victorious tonight, we will be live tomorrow for that. So bear that in mind. Definitely some frustration from a lot of people with that call on Cam Taylor-Britt, but I don't have a problem with it. He's been bad this year, and he was bad again on that drive. Drew says put Stone at cornerback and maybe CTV can play safety. Yeah, that would be funny, wouldn't it? So it looks like Cody Ford got rolled up on. Ford, of course, is in for Mims, who's got the broken hand that he was trying to play through. So we'll see who's going to come out here at right tackle, if indeed it will be Devin Cochran or not. Really nice return there by Isaiah Williams. Looks like Cody Ford's going to come back out on the field for the Bengals. And Isaiah Williams, by the way, with his best return as a Cincinnati Bengal, he is in at that kick returner spot for Jermaine Burton, who is evicted. And it was reportedly a coach's decision that he was not going to travel with the team. What has been just a nightmare rookie season for Jermaine Burton. He is not available tonight. Kick return duties going to Jermaine Burton. Here comes T. Higgins in motion. 1st and 10, Cincinnati. Great field position here after the Williams kick return. Hand off to Khalil Herbert. He's going to pick up 4, maybe 5, but a flag does fly on this first down play. We will check the marker. Looks like Joe Burrow is a little uncertain as to what exactly the penalty is. And it's going to be offside on Pittsburgh. And Cincinnati's going to have a nice 1st and 5 situation here. Yeah, it looked like the linebacker there. Not sure if that's Herbig or who that is. Might be Highsmith. Just jumped a little bit early there, went into the neutral zone. And Cincinnati's going to get a free 5 yards here. 1st and 5. Haven't seen him take a shot in this game, albeit it is very windy, but this might be a good situation to do it with the 1st and 5. Burrow in the gun. Play fake. Joe drops back, does take a shot kind of over the middle. And there's Andre Yosevich. First time we've called his name tonight. Incomplete. Ball bounces off his hands. Looked like this was a little bit behind him, though. Not Burrow's best ball. Let's take another look at this. Just running that in-breaker route. Yeah, it's not the best throw there by Joe Burrow, but he had to kind of thread it behind that linebacker. So definitely one that Yoshi needs to haul in. Bengals lucky that wasn't intercepted off the deflection. First incompletion for Joe Burrow of the night. He's 12 of 13. My goodness. 2nd and 5 for Cincinnati. Again, Khalil Herbert is your running back tonight. No Chase Brown. Here comes Yoshi in motion. Pittsburgh might have jumped again. Quick pass again to Gesicki in the flat. He's got enough for a Cincinnati 1st down. Pickup of 6. No penalty marker. I thought, again, the linebacker, I think that's Highsmith again, potentially jumped. But no flag this time around. Regardless, it is a 1st down for Cincinnati. And this game is flying by as we have hit the 8-minute mark here in the first half. Burrow back to shotgun. He'll hand it off to Khalil Herbert up the middle. Not a ton there, but indeed still a positive play. He'll pick up 2. Couple of super chats to get to here. Michael Easterwood with a $2 super chat. He says, let's score. Appreciate it, Michael. Tim Tyre, appreciate you letting everybody know to like, share, and subscribe. Got over 1,000 people here. Let's get to 300 likes here before halftime. Got plenty of time to make that happen. 2nd and 8 here for Joe Burrow and the Bengals offense. Got 5 wide receivers lined up, but they'll run it again up the middle, and very similar to the previous play. This one will get an additional yard. Pick up a 3 for Khalil Herbert. Kind of in no man's land here for the Cincinnati offense. Very well could be 4-down territory. We know how aggressive Zach Taylor has been this season. $5 super chat from Mace. Bengals win. Dolphins win. Broncos lose. Let's go. Elite. Would be nuts. I'll get you down, Mace, for our raffle. Big 3rd down here. 3rd and 6 at the Pittsburgh 41. Burrow takes the shotgun snap, dumps it off to Khalil Herbert. Does he have enough for a 1st down? He does not. He is 1 yard short, but I think you can pretty much book it. Zach Taylor's going to be going for it here on 4th and 1 at the Pittsburgh 36-yard line. Offense indeed will stay out on the field. The first 4th down for Cincinnati in this game, and it's a critical one. The Bengals, of course, got the opening kickoff. This is a chance for Pittsburgh to really take all of the momentum in this football game if they are able to create a stop. The biggest play of the game to this point, right here, 4th and 1 at the Pittsburgh 37-yard line. 5 seconds to go on the shot clock. Bengals still have all 3 timeouts. They won't use one. Burrow fires over the middle. Pass is incomplete. Intended for Mike Gesicki. Gets deflected at the line of scrimmage. I believe that was Cameron Hayward who got a big old paw on that one. And Pittsburgh's going to be set up here with really good field position and an opportunity to go down the field once again and score some points. Big time stop there by the Steelers. And it's situations like this. We've kind of seen this a few times this season. Kind of reminds me of the Philadelphia game to an extent where the Bengals are feeling like they're dominating the game. If you look at the scoreboard, they're only up a little bit. And then they have a situation where they go for it on 4th down. They don't get it. Now you get good field position here for Pittsburgh. But let's be very clear, no coach in the National Football League, and none of us fans should ever sit there and say they shouldn't have gone for it there, right? It would have been an outlandishly long field goal for the conditions in which they are playing in right now, number one. Wouldn't have punted it from the 37, obviously, as well. And I absolutely had to go for it. I don't know if you guys are kidding, but we're getting the fire Zach Taylor comments in the chat right now. Hopefully that's a joke, but I don't know. I don't know. All right, so the defense going to have to create a stop here. Mace, appreciate you. Got you down for our raffle. Going to be auctioning or raffling that off at the end of our stream. Up to $80 in Super Chats. If we can get to 200 and the Bengals win, we will go live tomorrow. Got to get to 200, though. Of course, got to get to 100 to do our raffle as well. So bear that in mind. Up to 80, so solid performance so far. Big shout out to Marvin Williford and Aunt Stephanie and Jim, who have sent in $20 Super Chats that have really got the ball rolling for us here tonight. Bengals up 10-7. I'll update the clock here. There is only 6.5 minutes to go here in the first half. Feels like this game has gone by really, really quickly. Both teams, by the way, do have all 3 of their timeouts. And a nightmare situation for Cincinnati would be if you somehow can't get the ball back here, which based on how Pittsburgh has been running the football, it's not out of the realm of possibilities. Chewing up potentially 6.5 more minutes of clock here. Big possession here for the Cincinnati defense. See if they can't get the ball back into Joe Burrow's hands. Pittsburgh will get the opening kick in the second half, so bear that in mind. Wilson once again goes under center, which is so interesting to me because pretty much the Bengals are exclusively in the gun and the Steelers are exclusively under center, it feels like. They will hand it off up the middle with Jalen Warren. Makes the first guy miss. That was Jermaine Pratt, who had an opportunity to make the tackle at the line of scrimmage. He failed to do so, but still only a minimal gain there for Pittsburgh on first down. They'll give him 4 as the clock runs. Under 6 minutes to go here in the first half. We got another super chat that we will get to here in a moment. Handoff. Jalen Warren on 2nd and 6. He's going to get about half of it. Going to force Pittsburgh into a 3rd down situation. It will be 3rd and 3 here. Type those threes for us into the comments section. Here we go. Now Pittsburgh goes to the shotgun. Jalen Warren in the right hip pocket of Russell Wilson. Wilson fires back. Shoulder incomplete. Josh Newton. How about that? The rookie gets himself a PBU on third down, and this football's coming right back to Cincinnati. Beautiful job there by Newton. Matched up one-on-one with Van Jefferson. That is absolutely outstanding defense by the fifth-round rookie out of TCU. That's unbelievable. Take notes, CTB. The punt from Pittsburgh will go out of bounds. Let's see where they mark it. Gorgeous, gorgeous PBU there by Josh Newton. See, that's the risk you run when you run the football twice. It looked like a bad snap there. Pittsburgh, lucky they were able to get that away. Very nearly blocked on the play. I can't tell who exactly that is for Cincinnati. Joseph Osai, maybe? But regardless, Pittsburgh gets the punt away. And it appeared as though it's going to be a pretty decent punt for Pittsburgh, and Cincinnati might be backed up within their own 20-yard line. But massive credit to Fig Newton. Getting a stop there for the Bengals. 3 and out for Pittsburgh. Like I was saying, that's kind of the risk you run when you run the football your first 2 plays, right? Because then you're sitting there with a third down, and then if you can't execute, you're punting it away immediately. So nice job there by the Bengals defense forcing that punt. Joe Burrow's going to get the ball right back, and Pittsburgh only takes a minute off the clock. Got about 1,100 people locked in with us here. Good reminder to let you guys know that our coverage of the NFL playoffs here at Chat Sports will continue throughout the playoffs on our main Chat Sports channel. We will have watch parties for all of the college football playoff games. So the 2 more and then the national title. So 3 more of those. And then all of the NFL playoff games, we will be live. Somebody here at Chat Sports will be live on those channels. It will not be me, but if it were not for our main Chat Sports channel, we would not be here at Bengals Breakdown. That channel is approaching 400,000 subscribers. So if you're looking for something to do for those playoff games, whether it be college football or NFL, hit that sub button, youtube.com/chatsportstv. And one of our many hosts will be there walking you through some of those games, having a good time as well. So hit that sub button for our main Chat Sports channel. Burrow and the Bengals offense back out onto the football field. 1st and 10 for Cincinnati at their own 16-yard line. They'll throw it here on 1st down. Offensive line doing a great job. Burrow dancing. Now he's going to extend, rolling out to his right. Throws across his body. He's got his tight end, Drew Sample, who picks up 9 yards. Sample gutting through a groin injury. First pass he has caught tonight, but again, there is a flag. Typically, these are holding on the offense, especially after the quarterback has that long back there. We'll see, though. Instead, it will be an ineligible man downfield. The second time that has been called on Cincinnati in this game. First, it was Cordell Volson. Now they're going to get the center, Ted Karras, here. As we take another look at this, he's doing a nice job on Highsmith. Didn't appear as though he was too far down the field. That's close. Tough break there by Cincinnati. 1st and 15 after the penalty. They will throw it once again. Burrow gets rid of it quickly. Herbert recollects it after the bobble and is able to pick up 5 yards back to the original line of scrimmage. Nice job there by Khalil Herbert. He bobbled it initially on the screen pass, but was able to haul it in. Great awareness there by Burrow as well, that he was able to get rid. Oh, Cody Ford looked like he got kicked in the family jewels on the first down play, but he stayed in the game. That's brutal. 2nd and 11 here for Cincinnati. Once again, working out a shotgun. Pittsburgh brings 5. Burrow, quick pass. He's got Jamar Chase. And Chase will pick up about 6 yards. It will be 3rd down for Cincinnati. Type in those threes for us in the comments section. Really critical 3rd down here as we approach the 4-minute mark of the second quarter. Keep hitting that sub button, folks. See if we can't make a bit of a run here. .345 to go in the first half. Empty set for Joe Burrow. He's got 5 wide receivers lined up to work with. Burrow, running out of time, gets dropped for a sack. 2nd sack of the evening for Pittsburgh. And a game in which the offenses kind of started out pretty strong, particularly the Cincinnati offense. They're going to get Preston Smith. Gets the sack, who, by the way, I was calling for Cincinnati to trade for Preston Smith at the deadline from Green Bay, of course. Instead, Pittsburgh gets him. And he picks up a sack there on Joe Burrow. Got to punt it back to Pittsburgh. Ryan Rico will punt it. Need a good one from the rookie. And that's exactly what he does. My goodness, all the way back to the Pittsburgh 25-yard line. The ball's out. The ball's free, and Cincinnati lands on top of it. The first turnover of the ball game forced by the Cincinnati Bengals. That ball is out, and Cincinnati has got it. Beautiful play on special teams. Akeem Davis-Gaither lands on the fumble for Cincinnati and sets up the Bengals inside the Pittsburgh 40-yard line. ADG. Massive play. And Shaka Hayward forces it for Cincinnati. Have a game. Shaka Hayward has been a special teams piece over the past couple of weeks for the Bengals and forces the fumble there on special teams. Incredible job by Shaka Hayward. ADG there for the recovery. Cincinnati back out on the field at the Pittsburgh 32-yard line. Burrow. False start, Cincinnati. Cody Ford called for the false start. Extra possession here for Cincinnati. Got to take advantage of that. Beautiful job by Shaka Hayward and Akeem Davis-Gaither, the Bengals special teams unit. Cincinnati's got 4 wide receivers lined up here. Khalil Herbert back in the game at running back. Burrow dancing in the pocket, extending, rolling out to his left, firing. Pass is caught by Yoshi along the sideline. And he gets about half of the needed yardage. The clock will continue to run here. Cincinnati doesn't need to snap it prior to the 2-minute warning if they don't want to. I honestly would run this down if I'm Cincinnati. You know Pittsburgh's going to get the ball to start the second half. No reason to give them another opportunity here at the end of the first half to run a play. We'll see, though. Burrow in the gun. Changing some things at the line of scrimmage. Just let the time run out, Joe. No reason to snap this here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No snap. Great job by Zach Taylor, Joe Burrow. They run it down to the 2-minute warning. And Cincinnati has a 10-7 lead over the Pittsburgh Steelers. And able to force the first turnover of the ball game and have an opportunity here to take advantage of it, score some points at the end of the first half. John Malia says these teams have no chance in the playoffs. The team in black and yellow definitely doesn't. Oh, we got another super chat to get to here. Oh, a couple more. Sorry, Scott. I told you I was going to go back to yours, and I did not. Scott C, $5 super chat. Got you in our raffle, Scott. Scott says, let's go for a double win. Bengals win the game, and I win the race. Okay. Scott, of course, talking about the duck race that will take place at the end of our stream. Winner of that will get our Bengals string lights. Scott has been a real one, hanging out with us all season long. Appreciate you, Scott, for the $5 super chat. You, my friend, are into the raffle. B Stout 22 says, thanks for all these streams. Also, this game could be really magical. Joe breaks the 5,000-yard mark. Chase secures the Triple Crown, and Trey locks the sack leader. That's all very, very good points there. Trey, of course, has a sack in this football game. If he could get another one, certainly feel like that would put him in a really, really good spot. I believe he was tied going into the game. Well, he was tied with Myles Garrett. That's a good point. I don't know if Garrett got any in the game earlier for Cleveland, but yeah, we'll have to check on that. That's a good point, though. All good points all around there by B Stout. Now we'll get you into our raffle as well. Michael Easterwood with a $3 super chat. He sent in a $2 super chat previously. So that is another entry for you, Michael. Here we go. 2nd and 6. Coming out of the 2-minute warning. Here comes Yosavash in motion. Joe gets rid of it quickly to Drew Sample, and Patrick Queen had that one snuffed out. Tackled right at the line of scrimmage. Going to be 3rd and 6 here for Cincinnati. Michael says, let's go Bengals. Appreciate you, Michael. Now at $93. So we are right about on pace to get the $200 mark, and the Bengals are on pace to win in the game. So right now, we're probably going live tomorrow. Got to continue that, though, here on our stream. 3rd and 6 here for Cincinnati. Joe Burrow has been sharp once again in this game, battling the wind and the frigid temperatures here in Pittsburgh. Would be a 46-yard field goal from here. 3rd and 6. 3 seconds to go on the shot clock. Pittsburgh brings pressure. Cincinnati unable to pick it up, and the ball's out. But Cincinnati falls on it. Cody Ford able to pounce on the football. I believe TJ Watt knocked it free. But a flag is out. We'll check the marker. 2nd time tonight, Joe Burrow has fumbled. Having a hard time holding on to that football. I'm sure the cold temperatures have something to do with that. As we all know, Burrow has normal-sized hands, does not have massive hands like some of these quarterbacks do. Very well could have been an incomplete pass here. Won't matter, though, because defensive holding on Corey Trice Jr., who was matched up with Jamar Chase. Yep, that's a hold. I'd be holding that guy, too. And that's going to be an automatic first down for Cincinnati. So they kind of get a break there, but the DPI on CTB in the end zone definitely was questionable, so it all balances out here. Cincinnati still has life on this possession. First down give to Khalil Herbert, and he's got about 4 yards there. Clock continues to tick. Pittsburgh has 2 timeouts remaining. Cincinnati has all 3. Cat King says one thing that worries about me about Burrow is the fumbles. It's fair. A lot of times when Joe gets hit, the ball can definitely be coming out. Minute 15 to go here in the half. Cincinnati at the Pittsburgh 21. Steelers bring 4. Chase got it on the slant, and there is a flag here. And a little pushing and shoving here between Jamar Chase and Trace Jr. Chase is laughing it off. Maybe this play was blown dead? Indeed it was. False start on the Bengals. They're going to get Orlando Brown Jr. So all the penalties are pretty evenly spaced out for Cincinnati offensively. Oh, man, that's close. They're going to get OBJ for the false start. I think they all have a penalty, right? Karras has one, Ford has one, OBJ has one, and Cordell Volson has one as well. Only guy, believe it or not, that doesn't have one is Alex Kappa. So there would be a 10-second runoff with the false start penalty, but Pittsburgh has declined the 10-second runoff. They're looking to potentially get the football back at the end of the half. A minute 13 to go. Second and 12. Ball at the Pittsburgh 26-yard line. Burrow takes the snap, fires over the middle, and that is intercepted. The pass was behind Jamar Chase. Patrick Queen was able to get a hand on it. And Pittsburgh was able to pick it off. Inopportune turnover there from Joe Burrow at the wrong time. Passes behind Jamar Chase, and yep, ball definitely bounces Pittsburgh's way there as it stays up on the face mask of Patrick Queen, and then Bishop is able to come in and pick it off. Cincinnati not able to take advantage of the special teams turnover they were able to create. Joe Burrow ends up throwing an interception. Now Cincinnati's got to go play defense. Pittsburgh has a minute 10 to work with and 2 timeouts. A minute 10 to go. Appreciate it, Susan. That's a tough one there for Cincinnati. It felt like you were going to be in this position anyway, but then you're able to create the turnover on special teams, and it feels like you should have been able to get some points out of this drive. Obviously, you were well within striking range. But you throw the pick here, and Pittsburgh able to take advantage of it. Pass is just behind Jamar. and then it just hangs up on Patrick Queen's face mask, and Bishop is able to come in and haul it in. Unfortunate break there by Cincinnati. Got to go play defense here for this next minute 10. Pittsburgh has 2 timeouts. Got to get into the half with a 3-point lead. Here comes pressure from Cincinnati. Ball's tipped up in the air. Oh! Geno Stone not quite able to intercept it. Very nearly got back-to-back interceptions there. Bengals send pressure, and Mike Hilton, of course, gets a paw on it. Ball goes straight up in the sky, but falls down to the turf harmlessly. Quick pass here to Freiermuth. He's got a first down. Beautiful throw there by Russell Wilson on an out route. And Freiermuth is shoved out of bounds by Jermaine Pratt. First down for Pittsburgh. Minute 01 to go here in the first half. Wilson takes the snap. Bailing the pocket, rolling out to his left, being chased by Hendrickson. He's just going to have to throw this ball away. Nice pursuit there by Trey Hendrickson. 54 seconds to go here in the second quarter. 2 timeouts still for Pittsburgh. Second and 10. Ball at the Pittsburgh 27-yard line. Bengals bring pressure again. Wilson, quick pass. He's got Freiermuth again on that same route. And this time I think he stepped out just about a yard short of the line to gain. But regardless, he is out of bounds, and the clock stops with 49 seconds. That is our Super Chat menu, folks. Make sure you get into our raffle. If the Bengals win and we get $200 in Super Chats, we will be live tomorrow at 4:25. For Denver, Kansas City. And he may actually picked up this first down. They're going to take another look at this. Right now it is 2nd and 1 on the field, but I actually believe that he might have picked that up. And it looks like it's going to stand here, actually. And it is still 3rd and 1. 49 seconds to go. See if the Bengals can get off the field here. They're just going to sneak it up the middle with Russell Wilson and take a timeout. I believe he got it. There's the timeout from Mike Tomlin. 47 seconds to go here in the half. Pittsburgh down to 1 timeout. Got to that 300 like threshold. Appreciate you guys making that happen. They're taking another look at this quarterback sneak here from Russell Wilson. I thought live he had plenty of yardage there for a first down. Tough to see where that knee goes down. Actually, it looks like he very well could be short here on this quarterback sneak. That ball might just be literally a couple of inches shy, but they're going to go to commercial. And we'll see. Tim Tyra says the Bengals window has not closed. Absolutely in agreement with that. I mean, look at the way they're playing here at the end of the season. Again, if they had one more win, they would be going into the playoffs, and no team in the NFL or in the AFC would want to be facing them. Absolutely not one team. So John says short. Let me know what you think in the comment section. Whether he is short or not. I think now is a good time to give away a raffle entry. Person that comments the most in the next 60 seconds will get a free raffle entry starting now. We are at a commercial break here. Spam whatever you got to spam in the comment section if you want a free raffle entry. We will be giving away some string lights at the end of our stream. Keep the comments coming. Dangerous Drew, he's in the comment section. Tim's in there. Spam whatever you got to spam. Cat King, Epic Employee. Keep them coming. Trying to get our chat rate to spike here. Here we go. Now the comments are flowing. Spam whatever you got to spam. Still taking another look at this. Akeem Davis-Gaither, who has had a tremendous first half. And that look there from the Bengals defensive side looks like he's short. Akeem Davis-Gaither thinks he's short as well. And it is officially 4th and 1. I don't think there's any reason, if you're Mike Tomlin, to go for this here. That would just seem rather silly. Probably just punt this one away. Keep the comments coming. Bengals, by the way, have all 3 timeouts. Dangerous. And our winner is going to be Cassie. You guys can stop the comments there. I appreciate it. Cassie, I will get you down for a free raffle. You are into our contest. Appreciate everyone that participated. We'll do that a couple more times before the end of the game. Have a couple of more opportunities in order to make that happen. But, of course, a $5 super chat also gets you into our raffle up to $93. Got to get to 100 to run the raffle, so should be able to get that. But more importantly, got to get to 200 for us to be live tomorrow if the Cincinnati Bengals win. Here we go. 4th and 1. 49 seconds to go. I feel like we've had 49 seconds to go for like 15 minutes, but that's all right. Offense still out onto the field for Pittsburgh. I would be surprised if they snap this football, but we'll see. They're lined up. Don't jump here if you're Lou Anarumo. They're going to run the ball. My goodness. And I think they're short. The spot is favorable here for Pittsburgh. And they're going to signal first down. What? They got some penetration there. Cam Taylor-Britt was there to help. Zach Taylor can't believe it on the sideline. He has not thrown a challenge flag at this point. Now, I think the issue Cincinnati may have run into is Cam Taylor-Britt made the tackle, but the ball carrier was on top of him. Well, his rear end hits the ground there. I think he's short. Just a matter of if Jalen Warren's rear end hits the ground here. And it does. He's short. I think Cincinnati's going to be in a great spot here. So Cam Taylor-Britt appears to have gotten a stop and made up for his mistake. CTB, of course, has 2 DPI penalties in this game that are really a massive reason as to why Pittsburgh has 7 points on the board. And, yeah, this ball's going the other way. Joe Burrow and the Bengals offense right back out onto the field after the 4th down stop. Just a stupid decision by Mike Tomlin to run a play there, and Cincinnati capitalizes. Here's Burrow. Takes the snap. Quick pass. low, but I think Jamar caught it. He did. Pick up a 6. Clock will run. Bengals have 2 timeouts. Probably should use one here, and it looks like they did. Unless they're going to take a look at whether or not this was a catch or not. Got to get points here for the Bengals. Sorry, I probably should get this off the screen. Got to get points here if you are Cincinnati. Have 2 really good opportunities here. The special teams turnover, and then that poor decision by Pittsburgh to go for it deep in their own territory. 2nd and 4. Burrow dumps it off to Drew Sample, lowers the shoulder, and it's going to get close to a first down. May have gotten it after the surge from some of his buddies. Cordell Volson and Alex Cappa were there to push the pile. It's going to be close. Cincinnati is down to 1 timeout. Sample just gutting through that groin injury, really showing off his toughness in this game. Does a nice job of leaking out there, giving Joe Burrow kind of a security blanket there on that play, able to dump it off as Pittsburgh brought some pressure there and just drilled Patrick Queen and just kept running. Kept the legs churning. Cordell Volson came, pushed the pile, and they are indeed going to give him a first down. Cincinnati calls their final timeout, though. So there is 31 seconds, and the Bengals have no timeouts. Cannot mess this up if you are Zach Taylor and Joe Burrow. Got to get at least a field goal try here, but I would not mind a shot to the end zone whatsoever. Joe Burrow's been really good this game, but does have a crucial interception pretty much right at this exact spot in the field. Burrow firing. Caught by Higgins at the 9-yard line. Beautiful job by T. Higgins, high pointing that football. He went up to catch it. Thought for a moment he mistimed his jump a little bit, but was able to hang into the air and reel that one in. That's unbelievable stuff there by T. Higgins. My goodness. Beautiful catch by 5 and White. First and goal for Cincinnati at the 9-yard line. 27 seconds to go in the half. No timeouts. Burrow takes the snap, can't take a sack, dumps it off to Khalil Herbert, and nice job by him. I don't think he intentionally dropped that ball, but that's exactly what needed to happen there. If Khalil Herbert would have caught that ball, the Bengals would have been in all types of trouble, and I think he tried to catch it and luckily just wasn't able to do so. Cincinnati escapes disaster there. Having some trouble here with some of this pressure from Pittsburgh in the second quarter. T.J. Watt getting lined up on Cody Ford, and that is just simply a mismatch. Here we go. 2nd and goal for the Bengals at the Pittsburgh 9. Trying to get some points here before half. Burrow fires over the middle. Pass batted down once again at the line of scrimmage. Comes right back to the feet of Joe Burrow, and it's going to be 3rd and goal from the 9 with 19 seconds left. Take your one final shot to the end zone. Absolutely cannot have a sack or turnover. Worst case, you kick a field goal. It's got to be what happens here. I'm looking at number 1 here on this play. That's the second time tonight Cam Hayward has gotten his hands on a football at the line of scrimmage. Something he's done against Cincinnati in the past, and he is just really a solid NFL football player and has really carved out a magnificent career with the Steelers. Here we go. 3rd and goal. Burrow wants a fade to the end zone. He wants Chase through his hands. Incomplete. I think on that one, it may have looked like Jamar mistimed his jump. Just went up a little bit too early here. Maybe wasn't expecting the ball to be on him quite as quickly as it was, but that's a ball that he reels in. Yeah, that's a ball Jamar's got to catch when we've seen him catch so many times. And Joe knows it, and I think Jamar knows it as well. Incomplete. Here comes Cade York for the field goal. Got to have this one. He was good from 48 earlier in the game. This one's just a chip shot from 27. Snap. Hold kick up and good. It appears as though Cade York has been able to shake his demons from last week. He's done a nice job executing in this game and gives the Bengals a 6-point advantage with 16 seconds to go. Unfortunate they were not able to capitalize there. You do not see Jamar Chase drop passes like that. Pretty good toss there by Burrow, and Chase just not quite able to haul it in. "16 seconds to go in the quarter. McPherson has a groin injury. He was actually eligible to come back from IR this week because he had sat out 4 games prior to this one. But Cincinnati did not open his practice window, and they are still rolling with Cade York in this football game. We'll see if that changes for the postseason or not, if, of course, Cincinnati gets to that point. Well, the 59-yarder was against Cleveland, but he definitely does have a quality leg. Not nearly as good as McPherson's, but does have a good leg. Just 16 seconds to go here in the first half. A first half that flew by for a while, and then these last couple of minutes really have dragged on for a bit. And Russ is going to throw it here, and he's going to get sacked. Another half a sack for Trey Henderson, which should be really important for the sack total he is going for. Another half sack for Joseph Osai as well, and that will be the final play of the first half. So Cincinnati has a 6-point advantage going into the halftime break. Pittsburgh will receive the opening kickoff here in the second half. But we are at halftime, and Cincinnati has a lead. All right. Cincinnati has a 13-7 lead over the Pittsburgh Steelers at halftime. Started out the game really, really strong, right? That first drive was just surgical. Massive props to Zach Taylor. Beautiful opening script there. Bengals go right down the field. No incompletions from Joe Burrow. A couple of solid runs from Khalil Herbert as well. And they find Jamar Chase in the end zone, hop out to a 7-0 lead immediately. Defense goes out there, the first possession that they played of the game, forces a 3-and-out immediately. Get the ball back to Cincinnati. They go right down the field again, but kind of stall out. Had a penalty there, an illegal lineman downfield, and you end up settling for a longer field goal there on that second drive. You get to 10-0. And then Pittsburgh scores their first points of the game on their first drive. They go down the field, the big play there, the third down, beautiful throw there by Russell Wilson into the bucket. Gets it to his guy, Mike Williams, there on the sideline. Good coverage there from Fig Newton, but ends up being a completion. They really ran the ball really well with Najee Harris on that drive. Able to run it down the field on Cincinnati. They score, certainly aided by 2 DPIs there from Cam Taylor-Britt on that possession. Cincinnati, after that, tries to respond. They pick up a couple of first downs, but then ultimately go for it on 4th and 1. They throw it. Pass gets tipped at the line of scrimmage, incomplete. You feel like all the momentum is kind of going to Pittsburgh's way after that, but then Pittsburgh goes 3 and out. Kind of what happens when you try to run the ball and you're able to get a couple of stops in the run game if you're the Bengals defense. Force a 3 and out. But then Cincinnati gets the ball right back. They go 3 and out, and they punt it away. Just a booming punt from Ryan Rico, and a beautiful job by Shaka Hayward forcing the fumble, and a beautiful job by Akeem Davis-Gaither recovering it. Optimal field position for Cincinnati, but Joe Burrow ends up throwing an interception on that possession, so you're not able to capitalize with a turnover and instead respond with a turnover in your own right. But then very critical after that, Pittsburgh opted to go for it on 4th and 1, deep in their own territory with about a minute or so left in the first half. Cam Taylor-Britt makes up for his 2 penalties earlier in the game and is able to create the tackle in the backfield to get himself a little TFL. Cincinnati gets the ball back and thought they were going to be able to get a touchdown there, but Jamar Chase drops it in the end zone on a fade route, and they settle for 3. But Cincinnati has a 6-point lead. So I think you've seen some good things from this team. Definitely, I feel like I've said this so many times this year, but you've done some good things, but you're only up 1 possession. It feels like you should be up probably 2 possessions here in this game, but we'll see. Pittsburgh going to get the ball first to start the second half, and going to have an opportunity defensively to go out and get a stop. But I think you got to be pretty pleased with where you're at if you're Cincinnati, given the weather. The wind, the cold, the snow. It is flurrying a little bit in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I think it felt like this game was going to be a little bit more low scoring than certainly the first time around, which was a complete shootout. And we have seen that through a half of football here. Bengals defense going to have an opportunity to set the tone here. If you can get the ball back in Joe Burrow's hands with a 6-point lead, I think you feel really good about your abilities to kind of, kick them in the mouth a little bit and extend your lead early on in the third quarter. But we will see. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us here at Bengals Breakdown. Hopefully, this is not the last time we will be live on the channel. We'll bring up our Super Chat menu in a little bit here. But if Cincinnati is able to win and we are able to get to $200 in Super Chats, let's just bring it up right now, we will be live tomorrow. And we'll have a little watch party, and we will watch Chiefs and Broncos, as well as Jets and Dolphins here at Bengals Breakdown. We'll be live on our Bengals channel and be watching those games if we can get to $200 in Super Chats. Uriah Foster just sent in a $5 Super Chat, so we will get you into our raffle. But now we are up to $98 in Super Chats. So basically, if we can double that in the second half, we're in a great spot. If the Bengals can double what they've done in the first half, they'll win, and we'll be live tomorrow for that watch party. I think that'd be pretty fun to be able to do that, to be honest with you. Hang out here, watch some football, and hopefully Cincinnati can backdoor their way into the playoffs. And we're being optimistic today. And if it comes to it, we'll be pessimistic during the week. Not pessimistic, just realistic, I guess, if Cincinnati is not able to get in. But right now, positive juju, positive thoughts. It's going to go the Bengals' way, and they're going to find a way in. That's the mindset right now. And then if it doesn't happen later in the week, we can talk about all the things that went wrong for Cincinnati here in 2024 going into 2025. That is our Super Chat menu. Again, $5. Going to be raffling off some helmet string lights at the end of our stream, so it should be pretty exciting. Make sure if you are in our raffle, you stick around after the game. Once the game wraps up, I will get that raffle set pretty quickly here. Obviously, it's a night game. It's going to be late by the time we get out of here, and we'll try to get to that raffle as soon as possible. So make sure you stick around for a couple of extra minutes to see that. And looking for our first $100 super chat. Was told to try to break a record here on Bengals Breakdown. We broke all of our records last week, all our metric stuff. So figured a $100 super chat would be a nice record to try to break. Still looking for our first one. If, by the way, we get a $100 super chat, we'll be live with a win tomorrow because we are now at $103 in super chats thanks to Michael Easterwood's $5 super chat that he just sent in. So I appreciate that, Michael. Means a lot. But, yeah. Going to be talking about that a lot in the second half. We get to 200. Bengals win. We'll be live tomorrow on our channel for Kansas City, Denver, as well as New York, Miami. Both those games equally important. While we have a moment here, actually, we'll just bring up this playoff picture graphic here. So just give me a moment while I pull this up. We'll kind of just talk about the state of the AFC playoffs here. Cincinnati has a 13-7 lead over the Pittsburgh Steelers. We are at halftime here. Chat Sports offices in downtown Cincinnati. City was relatively quiet coming in. Obviously, it is an away game, so not too many people getting rowdy downtown. But this is the AFC playoff picture as it stands right now. Actually, that is not fully updated as Baltimore won today. So Baltimore is 12-5, and they won the division. So Baltimore won the AFC, basically AFC North, excuse me. So basically what Pittsburgh is playing for right now is they don't want to have to go to Baltimore. If Pittsburgh loses this game, they got to go play the Baltimore Ravens. In the first round. And if they lose, then they can go play the Houston Texans. Both obviously division winners, but I think it's very clear at this point that the worst division winner right now is certainly the Houston Texans. So Pittsburgh got a lot to play for here in the second half. Absolutely no doubt about that. Cincinnati, of course, looking to sneak into the playoffs. What do they need? They need to beat Pittsburgh, and they need the Miami Dolphins to lose on the road to the New York Jets tomorrow, as well as the Denver Broncos lose to the Kansas City Chiefs, who, by the way, are resting all of their starters. I'm sure you guys have heard at this point. Kansas City not going to be playing any of their main guys. Last I looked, the spread of that game was up to 10.5 points in favor of the Denver Broncos, which is pretty hard to believe. But that's kind of what Cincinnati is going to need tomorrow. So if we can get the $200 in Super Chats up to 103 right now, we will be live tomorrow for that game here on our channel. Shouldn't be too much longer here before we get some action. NFL halftimes really are not too long. I tell you what, man, those college football playoff halftimes are absolutely brutal. Those feel like Super Bowl halftimes, maybe even longer than that, and they run a whole concert during those. So those college football ones are brutal, but should be back here in a matter of moments with the second half in Pittsburgh. Steelers going to be getting the second half kick. That is our playoff picture. Most of the AFC at this point is all figured out. It's just a matter of not Denver is going to be that final playoff team, or if Cincinnati or Miami is going to be able to get into that spot. I think the NFL definitely would like Cincinnati to be able to get into that spot. I think Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, clearly those guys are playoff teams, right? And Miami with a backup quarterback, that's not a team that people are going to want to see get into the playoffs and do some damage, right? And Denver certainly have had a great season. Year 2 for Sean Payton has been a success. Absolutely no doubt about that. But I don't think they're in a position where they have the ability to win a playoff game this year. I think Bo Nix certainly their franchise guy going forward. They knocked that pick out of the park, but I don't think they're ready to win a playoff game just yet. Whereas if Cincinnati is able to get in you're going to have people talking about them as potentially being a team that can win the AFC, considering all the success they've had against Kansas City and Buffalo in the past, and just how simply they're playing such good football at this point in the season. All right, let's get to our Super Chats here. Uriah Foster with a $5 Super Chat. Uriah, we will get you into our raffle. And I believe we got another one from Michael Easterwood. Indeed, we do. Appreciate you, Michael. That is now another entry for you. Talked about how critical the turnover battle was going to be in this game. Again, you could pretty much say that about every NFL game, but it feels even more important for Cincinnati. For so long this year, they were so reliant on creating turnovers. But here, during this winning streak over the past 4 or 5 weeks, they've found out, figured out ways to win without creating so many turnovers. But, if Burrow doesn't throw that interception, you probably have a much bigger lead at this point, considering the fact that you were able to force that turnover on special teams. And obviously, we have 2 fourth-down turnovers, one from each team as well, that have really greatly impacted the game here tonight. Here we go. Cade York boots it away, and the second half is underway here in Pittsburgh. Cincinnati with a 13-7 lead. We'll see if this defense can set the tone for Cincinnati in this half. Get a quick stop and get the ball back to Joe Burrow. Wilson under center for Pittsburgh. Changing the play here at the line of scrimmage. Najee Harris is the running back in the game. They'll pitch it to him. Jermaine Pratt's there to make the stop behind the line of scrimmage. Tackle for a loss for 57 in white. Loss of 4 on the play. And Jermaine Pratt makes his biggest play of the evening. A negative play right out the gates for the Cincinnati Bengals defense. Exactly what the doctor ordered, as Pratt absolutely blew up that play. 2nd and 14 here for Pittsburgh. I have a feeling they're going to have to eventually trust Russell Wilson in the passing game if they want to win this football game. But once again here, they go under center, and they will throw it. Wilson's going to dump it off to Najee Harris. Nice tackle made on the play by Akeem Davis-Gaither. I tell you what, your linebackers have really showed up tonight and have played really well. That first couple of games without Logan Wilson were really, really ugly at that linebacker position, but now Akeem Davis-Gaither's gotten some reps under his belt, and he's really settled in to that starting role for Cincinnati. Obviously, we know what he can do on special teams. We've seen it with the fumble recovery here tonight, but really settling in as a nice linebacker for the Bengals in place of Logan Wilson. 3rd and 8 for Pittsburgh. DJ Ivey checks into the game, and he will match up with George Pickens on the outside. Bengals bring some pressure. Wilson firing towards the boundary, incomplete. Coverage on the play by Marco Wilson. Russ wanted his receiver Calvin Austin on the play, and it was just out of reach. Decent coverage here by Marco Wilson. A better throw would have been a first down for Pittsburgh. One that was semi-catchable, but not the best throw there by Russ. Falls incomplete. Cincinnati forces a 3-and-out out of the gate here on defense. Isaiah Williams back to return the punt. Does not call for a fair catch. Advances it past the 30 and is dropped at the 35, and that is where Joe Burrow and the Bengals offense will set up shop here for their first drive of the second half. Remember, folks, $104 in Super Chats right now. If we can get $96 more in the second half and Cincinnati wins the football game, we will be live tomorrow at about 4:15, and we'll have an eye on both the Chiefs and the Broncos as well as the Jets and the Dolphins. This defense, man, has really settled in these past couple of games. I just hope it is not too little too late. I mean, personnel-wise, it's the same guys that are out there, right? I think Joseph Osai definitely has raised his performance out there on the football field. You've kind of got some pass rush opposite Trey Hendrickson, something you've been starving for 2 years, it feels like, right? No disrespect to Sam Hubbard. Love Sam Hubbard. Big Sam Hubbard guy, Cincinnati Bengals legend, but he wasn't giving you anything over there at that spot. But neither was Joseph Osai when he was coming in. He just kind of has come alive here these past couple of weeks. Has put some pressure on Russell Wilson in this game as well. And has a half a sack in the game. Finished the first half with that sack on Russell Wilson along with Trey Hendrickson. So you've got some guys there that are now a threat in terms of rushing the quarterback. Your young defensive tackles there on the interior who are really getting starts now. You're getting a ton of reps from McKinley Jackson and Chris Jenkins Jr. Both those guys, as each week goes on, feels like they were hits. I mean, look, we pick on this Bengals front office every day, as we should, by the way, but it looks like they might have a couple of guys here in this 2024 draft that you might be able to count on going forward. I think 2023 was certainly a massive whiff, headlined by, of course, Myles Murphy at that defensive end spot, who really hasn't done anything for you all year. But Jenkins, McKinley Jackson, I've been very pleased with them. And how about Josh Newton? He's been clamps there on the outside as a pass breakup on the evening. He's been absolutely outstanding for you. So we'll see. Really pleased with how the defense is playing right now. Let's see if they can keep it up, though, through the remainder of this game. Joe Burrow's been good, but hasn't been as sensational as he has been the past couple of weeks, not playing exactly like that MVP. Started out like that, certainly. Started out a perfect 12 for 12 on the evening. Has taken some shots here and has lost the football twice, but luckily both times those fumbles were recovered by Bengals players. That kind of saved him. Does have the interception, though, as well. Here we go. Burrow takes the snap, play fake to Khalil Herbert, fires over the middle. Pass is caught right at midfield by T. Higgins, who continues this sensational stretch of football for Cincinnati. That guy's out there battling through all kinds of stuff. He's got an ankle, a knee. Was uncertain in terms of whether or not he would be available to go in this game. He's out there grinding through it. And every time Joe Burrow has gone his way, he has caught the football. 4 catches for 53 yards on the night. Bengals have it in Pittsburgh territory. They'll hand it off to Khalil Herbert here out of the gun, right up the middle. And Herbert's going to pick up about 3 or 4 yards there on first down. Second down coming up here for Cincinnati. I think you got to be pleased with how Khalil Herbert has played in this game, right? There was so much uncertainty with what that running back position was going to look like with no Chase Brown, who really has essentially taken 100% of your snaps at running back ever since Zach Moss went down in the early stages of the season. And no Chase Brown, of course, tonight with that ankle. Khalil Herbert finally getting some massive snaps here, and he's done a nice job. Here comes Yoshi in motion. Burrow takes the snap with time, steps up in the pocket. He's got Gesicki. First down, Cincinnati, pickup of 8, shoved out of bounds by Joey Porter Jr. That's a guy I would like to see back in stripes next season. There's been so much uncertainty at the tight end position for Cincinnati. Obviously, you really liked what you saw with Eric All Jr. before he suffered that knee injury in the early stages of the season. But Gesicki's been brilliant for you. Great locker room guy, great veteran presence. Real cerebral player as well, always in the right spot. And I think Joe Burrow certainly has fallen in love with him at that tight end spot for Cincinnati. More of really a slot receiver as well. Bengals have it at the Pittsburgh 38. Once again, back in shotgun. Steelers bring 4. Quick pass here to Jamar Chase. Makes the first guy miss and is tackled about 3 or 4 yards shy of the line of scrimmage. So Chase has gotten his catches tonight as he's a little bit slow getting up here. And not to jinx him, but I think as of now, you feel pretty good if you're Jamar Chase or a Bengals fan about him potentially wrapping up that Triple Crown. Certainly could use a couple of more receptions tonight. Of course, has only been done twice in my lifetime. Saw it with Cooper Kupp a couple of years ago when he later beat Cincinnati in the Super Bowl. And back in 2005, Steve Smith was able to do it with Carolina as well. 2nd and 3, handoff is to Khalil Herbert. Keeps the legs going, and he may have picked that up on the second effort there. Jamar thinks he had it, and that's a pretty favorable spot there for Cincinnati, and they're going to give him a first down. Nice job there by Khalil Herbert. Looked like he was going to be stopped about a yard and a half shy of the line of the game, but he is able to pick it up there with his legs. Another first down for the Bengals. $10 to go here in the third quarter. Cincinnati has it in Pittsburgh territory. Burrow takes the snap, dumps it off to Jamar Chase, and he is tackled right at that first down marker. Let's see where they mark it. Might be just about a half yard shy. Another reception for Jamar. And it's going to be 2nd and 1 at the Pittsburgh 19-yard line into the red zone. That is 7 catches on the evening for Jamar Chase. 57 yards and a touchdown to go along with him. Probably should have 2 touchdowns, though, but dropped that one there at the end of the first half. 2nd and 1 here. And they'll run it up the middle here with Khalil Herbert. He's got some space. Slices through some defenders and will pick up probably 6 yards on that play for another Cincinnati first down. Got to execute here in the red zone if you're Zach Taylor in this Bengals offense. This is an opportunity to really, punch Pittsburgh in the mouth here early on in the third quarter. You haven't seen that explosiveness from the Pittsburgh offense. And if you can extend your lead here, you got to feel good about, taking control of this football game. They'll bring pressure here. Burrow gets rid of it quickly to his tight end Sample, who gets tackled after a pickup of 2. Good job there by Burrow, understanding that he didn't have all those guys blocked, and he needed to get rid of that ball quickly, and he did. Gets it out to his tight end, Drew Sample. Sample's been awesome for you this year. Not the most athletic guy in the world, but he has been a great player for you, and he's battling through a groin injury. You can see him just wincing out there on the field. He's giving it everything he has in this game. So many guys are, right? It's Week 18 in the NFL. Everybody's hurt. Just a matter of whether or not you have an injury that you can play through or not. Drew Sample's giving his all here tonight. 3 seconds on the shot clock. Burrow takes the snap. Surveying. We'll dump it off to Khalil Herbert, who's got the sideline tiptoeing. Appears to have another first down for Cincinnati, but it looked like he stepped out just a couple of yards shy. They're going to say he stepped out at the 6-yard line. So not quite another first down for the Bengals. Oh, yes, indeed. He does step out at the 6. And it will bring up a 3rd down for the Bengals. 3rd and 2 here for Cincinnati. Halfway through the third quarter. Is this 2-down territory for Zach Taylor? Here comes Yoshi in motion. Burrow takes the snap, running out of time, dodges the first defender, still dancing, and he's going to get dropped all the way back at the 20-yard line. Sacked by Pittsburgh on 3rd and 2, and Joe's going to be slow getting up here, and he is still down as his face just went directly into the ground. And he is still down, and this is what makes you absolutely sick. Zach Taylor has an absolutely worried face at this moment as he just goes face first into the ground. And we've seen Burrow take so many hits and get right back up, and you got to wonder if they finally got him good enough for a concussion here. They're going to cut the break. What you worry about, as a Bengals fan. When that guy goes down, it is all over. Just hope he is okay. Joe always pops up after contact, but he went literally face first into the ground. He was not knocked unconscious, and again, we've seen him take so much harder hits than what he just took there. But sometimes all it takes is getting hit in the right spot again, literally face planted into the ground. Was sacked on the play, sacked at the 20-yard line, so Cade York's going to be out to attempt a 37-yard field goal. But obviously the story right now is whether or not Joe Burrow is okay. And it's always tough when you're not at the game, right, and they go to commercial. We're all just sitting here wondering, Or are they going to cut back to Joe Burrow still laying down horizontal on the field, or are they going to cut back to him, chilling on the bench? We'll see. Zach Taylor obviously looked very concerned going out onto the field. Don't want to, freak out right now, but if it is a concussion, it is Saturday, so if the Bengals theoretically were to have a game next week, I think that would give you enough time, believe it or not. Usually you're out a week with a concussion, but the extra day might help Burrow in protocol. Again, this is all very early on. Probably shouldn't even be discussing that at this moment, but it's your worst fear as a Bengals fan, seeing that guy go down. He was digging some of the turf out of his helmet here. And they cut back to the action here, and they're not showing Joe on the ground. Beautiful job making Cam Hayward miss. And he walks off the field, and he looks fine. He's obviously going into the blue medical tent and will be evaluated for a concussion. All right, so he's up. He's off the field. He's in the blue medical tent. He'll be evaluated for a concussion. Usually Joe goes in there, and I'm sure he has a concussion, right? But he somehow gets out of it. We'll see if he does that again or whatever the case is. But I think we take a relatively, deep exhale at this point. Burrow is up off the field under his own power and is going to be evaluated for a concussion in the blue medical tent. Meanwhile, we've got a 35-yard field goal from Cade York. He's been good so far tonight. See if he has some more in him. The kick is up. The kick is good. Nice job by York. Bengals take a 16-7 lead and finally have a 2-possession lead over Pittsburgh. Just crazy if that was, Okay, so now they're showing him walking off, and he's kind of just moving his neck around. I'm going to say, look, I'm obviously no doctor, but how many times we've seen him get drilled all year, and that really wasn't that hard of a hit. Obviously, face planted, as I've said several times, but we'll see. Looked like more of a neck issue than a concussion, but that's just me. Hey, 15.3 thousand subscribers here at Bengals Breakdown. Appreciate everybody for hitting that sub button. Bengals have the lead here. We'll update the clock. Bengals up 16-7 with 7 minutes to go. In the third quarter, see if this Bengals defense has another stop in them. Reminder, our Super Chat menu, we will have our raffle officially. We are over $100 in Super Chats, up to 103. But you can get into our raffle, giving away some helmet string lights. $5 get you into that raffle, but we're looking for $200 so we can go live tomorrow if the Bengals win this game. First down give to Jaylen Warren. He slices through some Cincinnati defenders there, and he's going to get close to a first down, pick up a 9 for Warren. Up to 103 right now. 2nd and 1. Najee Harris back into the game for Pittsburgh. Russell Wilson back under center. 6 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Bengals have a 9-point lead on the road in Pittsburgh. They'll give it to Harris, and he runs right through the middle. Has enough for a first down. Nice job by McKinley Jackson securing the tackle on Najee Harris. At some point, if you're Pittsburgh, you're going to have to go off the run. If, of course, Cincinnati can keep extending their lead. But it by no means is too late to be running the football here for Pittsburgh. And I think you can expect to see them keep doing that. Burrow is out of the medical tent, by the way, and appears to be walking back to the bench. They'll give it to Harris again on first down, and Akeem Davis-Gaither, who's having a heck of a game, makes the tackle. All right, so Burrow is back on the bench. He's got the iPad back, so I think we can expect Joe Burrow to come back in the game. I think we can all take a deep breath here. Burrow appears to be fine. Looked like he said something to Jake Browning, who was getting up trying to get warm a little bit there. But I think we all can expect Joe Burrow to be back into the game. Crisis averted for Cincinnati for the time being. 2nd and 8. Wilson again under center. Down under 5 minutes to play here in the third quarter. He'll drop back to throw, running out of time, and he's going to have to throw this one away. Nice job by the Cincinnati front, applying pressure on Russell Wilson. Really totally different than the Week 13 game when Russell just had all day to throw and just absolutely carved up the Bengals defense. Totally different story this time around. Got to give a lot of credit to Lou Anarumo for the adjustments he's made. Keep in mind, this is a guy a lot of people were calling for his job, and all he's done over these last 4 or 5 weeks now is execute. And now Jordan Battle is getting checked out there. It looks like they are looking at a rib, perhaps. Looked like he was taking a deep breath. Jordan Battle, of course, has taken over for Von Bell at that strong safety position. Bengals, of course, brought Bell back in free agency. Played last year with Carolina. Had a really good run with the Bengals before that. He is back. Just doesn't seem to move around like he used to. I think that's why you see Bell get benched for Battle, but Vaughn is back out there now as Battle's a little bit dinged up. See if he gets picked on here on 3rd down. 3rd and 8, Wilson in the gun for once. 4 seconds to go on the shot clock. Wilson takes the snap. Bengals bring some pressure. Wilson lofting deep down the sideline. Dime. Oh, and he dropped it. Incomplete. DJ Ivey may have got a hand in there to break that one up. That was a dime from Russell Wilson right into the breadbasket of George Pickens. And DJ Ivey, 2023 7th-round pick out of the U, might have broken this one up. We take another one. Look at this. And yeah, he just did not quit on the play. Gets his hand in there. Great job by DJ Ivey. Ivey, of course, tore his ACL late in his rookie season. Here's the punt from Pittsburgh. Isaiah Williams back to receive. He'll let it bounce. And it's going to trickle out of bounds at the Cincinnati 5-yard line. The Bengals offense going to be backed up here. Joe Burrow, by the way, retaking the field for Cincinnati. Obviously, that is a good sign. But back to DJ Ivey, man. 7th-round pick in 2023 out of Miami. I was really excited with him. He really carved out a nice special teams role in 2023 for Cincinnati. And then he tears his ACL and, of course, misses the first part of this year as well. And now you've seen Lou Anarumo go to him a lot on 3rd down. I think they bring in Ivey and Marco Wilson at times on 3rd down. I really like Ivey. He's a long corner. And he did a nice job there on George Pickens. Gets a stop for the Bengals, gets himself a PBU. I hope he sticks around for a couple of years for Cincinnati. This is year 2 for DJ Ivey. Nice play by him. Don't forget, folks, get your super chats in. It's kind of plateauing here at the $103 mark. I know I'm hitting the super chats pretty hard tonight, but we're trying to be live tomorrow on our channel. Have a little watch party for the Chiefs and the Broncos, as well as the Dolphins and the Jets. Go a little split screen, and we'll have some fun with that. But got to get $96 more in super chats here. And no reason to hit the panic button yet, so 4.5 minutes to go here in the third quarter. But that is what we are trying to get to. Update the clock here. We'll see if Zach Taylor maybe leans on the run a little bit, after your quarterback gets rocked. Might be seeing stars a little bit. I don't know if it's a head or a neck. Obviously, I can't really hear exactly what they're saying. I'm sure Lisa Salters will give a report if she has not done so already. The way Burrow was walking off the field seemed to me like it was a neck, but we'll see. There we go. I knew I could always count. No, I can always count on my guy, Michael Easterwood. Appreciate you, Michael. $5 super chat. There we go. Marvin Williford. $20 super chat. That's 4 more entries for you, Marvin. And just like that, we are $70 away. And they will hand it off to Herbert here on first down, who keeps the legs going, and he's going to pick up 7 yards. I've been really pleased with what we've seen from Khalil Herbert in this game. Really have been. All right, well, Burrow's back. Couldn't really catch that from Salters, but obviously was evaluated for a concussion, but clearly he has passed if he is out there right now. 2nd and 2, they will run it again with Herbert right up the middle. Khalil Herbert pick up a 6 on 2nd down. Not honestly sure why Chicago went away from him. Obviously they got, DeAndre Swift, brought him in this year from Detroit, and he's really been a nice piece for them in the run game. Chicago, of course, a dumpster fire, but Herbert did some really good things for Chicago, and they just kind of went away from him. Cincinnati said, yeah, we'll send a 7th-round pick your way, get him on our team. And he's producing for him here tonight. 1st and 10. They'll run it again. 3 runs in a row for Zach Taylor, and this one's not really going to work out. Highsmith makes the tackle for Pittsburgh after a gain of 1. 2nd and 9 coming up here. Michael Easterwood, $5 super chat, says, you can do this, Bengals. Appreciate you, Michael. It's another entry for you. I'm getting you in right now. 2nd and 9 here, under 3 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. There's that $20 super chat from Marvin Williford. That is now 8 entries for my guy Marvin on the evening. Appreciate you, Marvin. Means a lot. Thanks for hanging out. 2nd and 9. Burrow, his first pass since getting dinged up, is going to dump it off to Drew Sample, who continues to fight through that groin injury, and he's going to pick up about 8. Going to be 3rd and short here for the Bengals. Two minutes to go here in the 3rd quarter. 3rd and 1. What do you do if you're Zach Taylor? Are you running this ball or are you throwing this ball? They're going to run it up the middle with Herbert, and that's the right call because he's got 3 and another Cincinnati first down. It's a beautiful job here on this drive by Zach Taylor again. Your quarterback was just in the blue tent. Pittsburgh's pass rush has had some success here throughout this game, as they have all year, obviously. No reason for him to take another massive shot. You got a 9-point lead. Let's run the football with Khalil Herbert, who has fresh legs, of course, since Chase Brown's been, shouldering the bulk of your carries throughout most of this season. And Herbert's doing his thing for the Bengals right now. Play fake. Burrow with time, firing towards the sideline. Oh, right on the money, Jamar Chase. Pickup of about 15, and he's out of bounds. Nice job there by Uno. And Burrow appears to be just fine, as that one was right on the money. Jamar hauls it in. Another first down for the Bengals. Beautiful job here by the offensive line as well. Pittsburgh only brought 4, but everybody did their job. Is that Amarius Mims back in the game? I believe that is Amarius Mims back in the game that just absolutely handled TJ Watt, which is awesome to see. I absolutely love that guy. Here's a handoff on 1st and 10. Herbert spinning. tackled at the 40-yard line. Bengals, of course, into Pittsburgh's territory right now. $5 super chat for my guy Scott C. Up to $133 in super chat revenue. By the way, 4 likes away from 400. Hit that thumbs up icon for us. Less than $70 away from 200. That is the goal. That is what we are trying to get to here tonight so we can go live tomorrow if the Bengals win. And the play clock and the game clock pretty much aligned. Bengals don't need to snap it here, and they don't. And the third quarter has come to a close. Bengals have a 16-7 lead and once again are marching in Pittsburgh territory. Now I think you're at the point here going into the fourth quarter. You have a 9-point lead. Obviously, if you can score a touchdown, you're definitely at this point. But if you're Mike Tomlin and the Steelers, might just have to start dropping back and trusting Russ a little bit. Because your game plan really isn't being effective right now offensively, right? The Bengals have had answers for you defensively. You got guys flying around, making plays, making tackles. It's frustrating that we haven't seen this defense from the Bengals for much of this year, but this is like, I mean, with this defense, the way they're playing right now, you can win playoff games with this defense. No doubt about it. I mean, you go in with the way they're playing tonight, and they're not, obviously they've made mistakes. They only have 16 points, whatever. This is a team that could beat anybody in the NFL. How they are playing tonight, they could beat anybody. We'll see if they can get some help tomorrow. Obviously got to finish the job here tonight as well. Flyboy says T. Higgins is injured. Perhaps Higgins came off the field. I mean, Higgins is incredibly banged up going into this game, and he's just fought through it. And the fact that he was able to do what he did last week and doing what he's doing tonight with all the injuries, and all the people that say T. Higgins is soft, you should feel pretty silly right about now. I feel pretty silly for you, but I'm not exactly sure if T. Higgins missed that last snap or not. Great to see Mims back in the game. I didn't even realize that, and he absolutely just stonewalled T.J. Watt. Confident that Amarius Mims is going to be your right tackle of the future, really. No doubt about that in my mind. Okay, so T is questionable to return with the ankle. We knew he had the ankle coming in. That's something that he's been fighting through. Cody Ford is questionable with the chest. So Mims had to go back out there with the hand, and he's doing a great job. I mean, Amarius Mims is so banged up right there, and he's battling for his team. Here we go. 2nd and 5. Bengals have it in Pittsburgh territory at the 42-yard line. Pittsburgh bringing pressure here. Got to get rid of it quickly. Burrow firing deep down the sideline. Back shoulder to Jamar Chase. Nobody, and I mean nobody, does the back shoulder down the sideline better than Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. That is just poetry in motion. The timing, the rhythm, the accuracy, the toe tap from Jamar, all textbook. Nobody does it better than those two. Approaching the red zone here. They'll give it to Herbert on 1st and 10. And he's got it inside the 20-yard line after a pickup of 2. 2nd down coming up. I mean, if Jamar Chase is in a one-on-one situation, that's where the football is going. And just, that's two guys that have repped that route millions of times. Probably not millions, thousands of times. And they can do that in their sleep. Beautiful job. Second and 8 at the Pittsburgh 20. Bengals got it into the red zone. Touchdown here really could assert your dominance on this football game, and Joe's going to call a timeout here as the play clock was down to 2 seconds. That is the Bengals' first used timeout of the second half. So T is still on the sideline here for Cincinnati. Jamar out in the game, of course. See if Higgins returns to action as the Bengals get closer to the goal line or not. Yoshi is the other receiver in the game, along with two tight ends, Gesicki and Drew Sample. Burrow takes the shotgun snap, dumps it off to Khalil Herbert, who gets blasted. 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. I don't know why Joe Burrow threw that ball, to be completely honest with you here. I guess he just did not see him, but, I mean, Elliott was coming screaming in from that safety position. That's not a bad decision there by Burrow. That's just impressive how Elliott was able to close the distance that fast on Khalil Herbert. Herbert takes a massive shot. Luckily, was able to hold on to the football. 3rd and 9 here. Type those threes for us in the comments section. Would be a 38-yard field goal from here from Cade York if Cincinnati doesn't pick up any yardage. Pittsburgh brings pressure. Burrow steps up in the pocket, barely gets it off. Tanner Hudson's got his first catch of the game, and it's a first down. Beautiful job by Joe Burrow maneuvering in the pocket. Finds his tight end, Tanner Hudson, the first time we've called his name tonight. And it's enough for a Cincinnati first down. This is awesome. Pittsburgh sent the dogs. Amarius Mims did the best he could on T.J. Watt. Was able to slow him down a little bit. Allow Burrow to step up in the pocket. And able to get rid of it quickly. And Burrow doesn't even have to take a hit. Awesome stuff there. 1st and goal from the 10. Burrow hands it off to Khalil Herbert, who picks up 2 yards. It's going to be 2nd and goal from the 8. Approaching 12 minutes to go. Here in the 4th quarter. Troy Aikman absolutely loves Joe Burrow. I actually really appreciate it because it seems like so many of these guys don't understand his greatness, but Troy Aikman certainly does. Second and goal from the 9. Burrow takes the snap, dumps it off. It's Yoshi down the sideline, lowers the shoulder, and is tackled at the 2-yard line, but the official's going to say he stepped out at the 5. Regardless, it is 3rd and goal for Cincinnati. Bengals, of course, have a 9-point lead right now. So a field goal to make it a 12-point game really doesn't do anything for you. So this very well could be 4-down territory here for the Bengals offense. Joe Burrow shaking his head at Zach Taylor right now. We'll see if they use another timeout here. And they will. Joe Burrow didn't like something. And he calls a timeout. Don't have a problem with that timeout. I'm definitely big in holding on to your timeouts to the end of the football game. But you got a 9-point lead late in the fourth, not late in the 4th quarter, but 11 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. This drive is huge. I think if you score here, based on what Pittsburgh has done offensively, or not been able to do offensively, I think you score here a touchdown. I think you're in a good spot. Don't want to get too crazy and say it's over, but I think you're in a good spot. $133 in Super Chat revenue. Clock starting to become a bit of a factor for us in our aspirations of going live tomorrow. Third and goal for Cincinnati. At the 5-yard line, Burrow in the gun. Herbert in the left hip pocket of Burrow. Joe takes the snap, surveying, firing to the end zone, incomplete. He wanted Mike Gesicki, who looked like he was open there. But he was not able to find him, and the offense is going to come off the field here. Interesting. I understand you're at the 5-yard line. So it's by no means a gimme here. Quick pass to Gesicki. Yeah, that's just maybe just miscommunication on the route. Typically, Joe doesn't miss that bad. Yeah, that was probably miscommunication there. I think he wanted Gesicki to stop there, kind of in that soft spot of the Pittsburgh zone, and Gesicki continued his route. And the two clearly were not on the same page. Here's Cade York, who's 3 for 3 on the day. Kick is up. Kick is good from 23 yards. and the Bengals have a 19-7 lead on the road in Pittsburgh. "11 minutes to go here in the ball game. Michael Easterwood's happy. Says, nice. We had to get points there, and we did. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate not going for it. I just kind of, I mean, you're at the 5, right? So it's not like you're at the 1 or 2, certainly. So it's definitely a lot harder to convert there. But you're up 16-7. That's already a 9-point game. Now you're up, 12. So it's still a 2-possession game, but obviously that forces another field goal from Pittsburgh if they're going to be kicking field goals. So I get that. Certainly get that. If you don't get it, though, Pittsburgh has to go 95 yards, which with the way their offense is playing right now, it doesn't seem very realistic. But it wouldn't have felt right to not get points on that drive, so I'm not going to criticize Zach Taylor for that. He takes the points. Bengals got a 12-point lead. Hey, your defense is playing great. Let them keep playing great, right? Let them keep playing great. 2-possession lead for the Bengals with 11 minutes to go, so Pittsburgh definitely can run the ball still a little bit, but we'll see. Got a super chat here. Prankster's Nightmare. Need Burrow, Chase, and Gesicki to save my season. Is that a fantasy football situation or what? That's fair, though. Appreciate the $2 super chat, though, regardless. Means a lot. Up to 135. Let's see if we can get hot here at the end of our stream so we can go live tomorrow. Got about 1,300 people in here hanging out. $5 get you into our helmet string lights raffle. We are at 135 right now. If we get 65 more dollars, we can go live tomorrow if the Bengals win. Here's Warren on the kick return. Solid return by Jaylen Warren. Takes it out to the 35-yard line before he's tackled by several Cincinnati Bengals special teamers. And that is where we will see Russell Wilson in the Pittsburgh offense. There we go. 11 minutes to go here in the ball game. Week 18. Wilson in the gun. Takes the snap. Bengals only bring 3. Wilson, quick pass out to his receiver. And tackled by a couple of Cincinnati DBs. Pickup of about 5. Wilson takes the snap, fires towards the boundary, pass is caught. Nice job again by Josh Newton in coverage. That's Van Jefferson, back-to-back receptions for him. Will be a Pittsburgh first down. Starting to see a little bit tempo here from Arthur Smith's offense. Pittsburgh has it at their own 45. Wilson again fires towards the boundary. This time a little bit too far wide of his intended target. Pat Freiermuth deflects off his outstretched hand and goes out of bounds. 2nd and 10 coming up as the clock stops. 2nd and 10 for Pittsburgh. Russ takes the snap. Again, quick pass. Gets it out to his receiver, Van Jefferson. Nice job by Josh Newton. Makes an ankle tackle on the play. Saves another Pittsburgh first down. Brings up 3rd down. 3rd and 2. Coming up here. Type those 3s for us into the comment section. Approaching 9.5 minutes to go in this ball game. Pittsburgh has it into Cincinnati territory. 3rd and 2. Obviously, 4-down territory here for Mike Tomlin. Bengals showing a little bit of pressure. They sag off, only bring 3. Quick pass over the middle. Wilson's got his man, Najee Harris. Pickup of about 4, enough for a Pittsburgh first down. Tackled on the play by Chris Jenkins Jr. And the clock will continue to roll here. Pittsburgh does still have all 3 of their second half timeouts. Wilson takes the snap. Quick pass, dumps it off to his running back. Missed tackle by Akeem Davis-Gaither. Najee Harris making guys miss all the way down to the Cincinnati Bengals 30-yard line after a pickup of 12. ADG had an opportunity to tackle him near the line of scrimmage, was not able to do so, and it looks like Najee's a little shaken up on the play. 9 minutes left in the ball game. Couple of super chats we will get to here. My guy, Jesus, he says he's at the bar right now, but he didn't forget about us. Appreciate you, Jesus. I'll still get you down for that raffle. Thank you, sir. Enjoy the evening. $2 super chat from Zay. If Burrow gives me one more passing touchdown, I'll drop 50. Oh, okay. That would put us in a really nice spot there. Another $10 from Desert Ranger Jesus. So if we get the 50 from Zay, we will be able to go live tomorrow. Get this from Zay up on the screen. Need one more Joe Burrow passing touchdown. Bengals do have a 12-point lead, 9 minutes left in the game. Thank you, though, Zay. Appreciate you. Oh, we've got some action here. Some late fourth quarter action. Another $10 super chat from Marvin Williford. That's 2 more entries for him. Najee Harris. Looks like he's headed to the blue medical tent as well. Oh, we've got a little momentum here, folks. Coming down the stretch, Desert Ranger Jesus with a $10 super chat. He says he's catching up. There's 2 entries for Jesus. Pittsburgh has it at the Cincinnati 31-yard line. Wilson fires over the middle. Nice pass, but it's dropped by George Pickens in and out of his hands. Geno Stone's going to pick it up, but I don't think he made a football move. I think this is going to be incomplete. I tell you what, the Bengals have done a tremendous job on George Pickens tonight. He really hasn't done much at all. I got to give a lot of credit there to CTB as he popped him right after he caught that football and put his hand right on the ball. Great job there by CTB. He's made a couple of nice plays that have made up for his pass interference penalties. Wilson fumbles the snap, regains it, and he's going to take off up the middle. He's got some space, and he'll slide down after he picks up 11 yards and a Pittsburgh first down into the Cincinnati red zone. Clock ticking, 8.5 minutes to go. Marvin Williford, $10 super chat. He says, come on defense. That's 2 more entries for you, Marvin. Appreciate you. Believe you're up to 10 on the evening. Clock's still running here as we approach 8 minutes. Wilson takes the snap. Wants it all. Firing end zone. Caught by Freiermuth. He goes in. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. This puppy is not over yet. Still 8 minutes to go in this football game. And we have a 1-possession game once again. Definitely the best drive Pittsburgh has put together tonight. Bengals DBs kind of just get spun around here. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's on Jordan Battle or Josh Newton. But regardless, Freiermuth was wide open. And he gets into the end zone, and it's 19-14. Michael Easterwood says, here's 5 more. Appreciate you, Michael. That's another entry for you into the raffle. Oh, here we go. Desert Ranger Jesus said the choo-choo train. $20 super chat. That's 4 entries for you, Desert Ranger Jesus. 4 additional entries. I've got all your entries written down here. Oh, that's elite. That's elite. We're in a good spot here. Because now we are just $10 away, $11 away from going live tomorrow if Cincinnati wins. Now that's a bit more of a question as we update the scoreboard here. Bengals now only have a 5-point advantage over Pittsburgh. And we got Marvin here. Or excuse me, Mark. As we pull these up. $2 super chat from Mark. He says 1 more touchdown from Burrow. He'll also drop 50. We are $11 away. If we get $11 in super chats and the Bengals win this game, we will go live tomorrow at about 4:15, and we'll hang out until the end of those games. Chiefs and Broncos, and Dolphins Jets. And there it is. Michael Easterwood, $11 super chat. Knew we could count on Michael to get us over the top. We have $200 in super chats. We are here. Now it's up to Cincinnati to finish off this game with 8 minutes to go. Michael Easterwood, you are the man. That is 2 more entries for you. We've got a lot of entries that we're going to be utilizing for our duck race later tonight. So everybody stay tuned for that. Michael Easterwood and Marvin Williford have an absolute ton, as does Desert Ranger Jesus. And Michael, we will get that up on the screen as soon as possible. Appreciate you, Michael. We have hit our goal of $200. Here's Isaiah Williams on the return, out past the 20, down the Pittsburgh sideline, gets tackled at the Cincinnati 26-yard line. And here comes Joe Burrow and the Bengals offense. Looks like Amarius Mims is out and Cody Ford is in. I mean, I would much rather have Amarius Mims with a broken hand and a messed up ankle than Cody Ford. I know nothing against Cody Ford. He's banged up too, by the way, with a chest injury. There's the 11 from Michael Easterwood. Boom. Beautiful. 8 minutes to go here in this ball game. Burrow in the gun. Joe takes the snap. Surveying. Rolling to his right, and it gets deflected by Cam Hayward for the 3rd time tonight. My goodness, what a professional football player Cam Hayward is. He's been doing it for a long time, and he does it here again. Burrow had a completion there in front of him, and Hayward gets his hands up, deflects it, clock stops, 7:56. Scott C., $25 super chat, says, I need to win. Let's get to $300 in super chats. I love it, Scott. That's 5 entries for you. Burrow in the gun. Takes the snap. Running out of time. Stepping up in the pocket. Floating over the middle. Beautiful job by Joe Burrow. Finds Mike Gesicki. Pittsburgh thinks it's incomplete. Gesicki's fired up. He doesn't think it's incomplete. And the clock will tick here, approaching 7.5 minutes. Joe takes the snap, dumps it off to his running back, Khalil Herbert, which was a mistake. Ball comes out. But I think Herbert got back on it, and I also think he was down. But the Bengals are going to lose about 4 yards there on the completion. And it does seem like Joe Burrow is a little hesitant to get drilled, which any normal human would be, right? But Joe Burrow usually is, oh man, that was a fumble by Herbert. Luckily, he was able to corral it, because that would be Pittsburgh's ball, and we would have been in a whole world of trouble. But it seems like Burrow is a little bit hesitant to hang in there in the pocket. I do not think he is near 100% right now. Shot clock down to 3. Bengals only have 1 timeout. Joe takes the snap, looking towards the sideline on the comeback route. He wanted Jamar, incomplete. 3rd and 14 coming up. Joey Porter Jr. in coverage. And just like that, the Bengals are faced with a 3rd and 14. Only up 5 points. And Bengals throwing all kinds of stuff at T.J. Watt. They chipped him with 2 guys, Sample and Herbert, helping out Cody Ford. That was pretty effective, by the way, but we'll see what they have in store here on 3rd and 14. Who is Burrow going to go to here? 3rd and long for Cincinnati. Empty set look. Joe takes the snap. Steelers bring 4. Joe fires over the middle. Pass is caught by Gesicki, but he's going to be about 5 or 6 yards short of the first down. And Cincinnati's going to be forced to punt it away. Scott C., $25. My guy, Scott C., that's 5 entries for you. You already had 1. You already had 2. Now you're getting 5 more. Beautiful. Appreciate it. He said, let's get to $300. I believe we're $70 shy of that. Fielded by Pittsburgh at the 6. Tackled on the play by DJ Ivey right at the 10. So Pittsburgh's got to go 90 yards here on this Bengals defense to take the lead. Mark says, let's go Bengals. Burrow needs 1 more to seal it. I think you were right. We didn't get it. Got you down, Mark, for our raffle. I appreciate all of you guys. For the Supers, if the Bengals can hold on, we will go live tomorrow. Under 6 minutes to go here in this football game. Pittsburgh has it at their own 10-yard line. All the new folks, make sure you hit that sub button. 16K is what we're chasing. Wilson dumps it off to Jaylen Warren. Bad throw there by Russell Wilson over the head of his intended target. Incomplete. Clock stops. 5:50 to go in the 4th quarter. 2nd and 10 coming up for Pittsburgh. By the way, Najee Harris is in the locker room after going to the blue medical tent. Wilson fires over the middle. Pass is caught by Freiermuth. Tackle made on the play by Akeem Davis-Gaither. And Freiermuth is going to be about 2 yards short of the first down marker. It's going to bring up 3rd and 2. 3rd and a long 1 is what they'll call it. Wilson in the gun. Takes the snap. Bengals bring 4. Wilson gets out of the grasp of Hendrickson. Fires deep down the sideline. Incomplete. No flag on the play either. Great job by CTB, who was in coverage on George Pickens, and Trey Hendrickson is slow getting up after the play. He's fired up, though, that Cincinnati forced a 3-and-out. Probably too early for Mike Tomlin to go for it here on 4th down. It only is 4th and 1, but he's at his own 20-yard line, and it looks like he's going to punt it away. Great job by the Bengals defense. It is the punting unit for Pittsburgh. Nothing silly here. Punt is up, punt is away. Isaiah Williams is back to return it. And it bounces, nearly hits a Bengal, and it does hit a Bengal! And the Steelers got it! No indication yet. They are talking, and it's Pittsburgh ball. Unbelievable. Zach Taylor cannot believe it. It looked like the punt hit off DJ Ivey, and it does. Hits him right in the foot. And it's just a matter of whether or not Pittsburgh was able to secure this before it goes out of bounds. Let's take a look here. And to me, that's Pittsburgh football. Bengals defense got to do it again. Got to do it again. DJ Ivey just kind of lost sight of that football. Isaiah Williams was giving it the stay away motion. Ivey was caught up blocking his man, and it just hits him in the foot and isn't quite able to get out of bounds. Pittsburgh pounces on it. Credit to Hayward, how he was able to secure it before that went out of bounds. Pittsburgh offense right back out on the field. It's as if they hit a long play on the previous play. Wilson takes the snap. Fires. Dropped again by George Pickens. What is he doing? Incomplete. Definitely had some mustard on it from Wilson. Was a little bit upstairs. But definitely 114 should haul in. And he dropped it. 2nd and 10. I wouldn't even call that upstairs. Basically right at his head, and he dropped it. I think he may have heard some footsteps coming from Fig Newton, who was ready to lay the boom on him. 2nd and 10. Pittsburgh at the Cincinnati 38-yard line. Anarumo brings the boys. Wilson gets it out quickly to Freiermuth, who gets shoved out of bounds by Fig Newton, 1 yard shy of the line to gain. So once again, it's going to be 3rd and 1 here for Pittsburgh. $2 super chat from Mark says, "Come on, Bengals D." Appreciate it, Mark. 4 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Clock is running. Bengals, by the way, only have 1 timeout. Wilson pitches it to Cordell Patterson. First time we've called his name tonight, and he's going to get tackled after a pickup of 1. Looked like they gave Pittsburgh the first down on the previous play, so now it is going to be 2nd and 9. Approaching 4 minutes to go here in the game. Wilson takes the snap. Bengals only bring 4. Off the edge! Sacked! Guess who? Trey Hendrickson once again is there to bring down Russell Wilson. And his elite 2024-25 season continues with a massive sack of Russell Wilson with under 4 minutes to go. Just absolutely cooks the left tackle for Pittsburgh and gets home on the quarterback. Beautiful job by Trey Hendrickson. He's fired up about it as well. 3rd and a mile here for Pittsburgh. 3rd and 15. See if the Bengals bring pressure here as well. They'll send 5. Not able to get home. Wilson wants it all. Firing end zone. Incomplete. Josh Newton once again. Have a night, young fella. Another PBU for 28, but there is a flag on the play. This one might be holding on Pittsburgh. And I think Cincinnati's going to decline this. We'll see if it's on Pittsburgh or Cincinnati, though. And it will be holding on Cordero Patterson. No way Zach Taylor declined this. Oh, this is. Oh, I don't know about this, Zach. Zach Taylor's going to decline the penalty here, so it's going to bring up 3rd and 25. I don't know if this is the right call here from Zach Taylor. Let's see if it works. 3rd and 25 here for Pittsburgh. Wilson fires quickly and is met by Von Bell right at the 35-yard line, so it ends up working for Zach Taylor. Nice job, Zach. Worked out for you. I was not a big fan of declining that there for a second, but regardless, it works out, and it's going to be about 3 yards longer than it would have been for Boswell. They're going to back him up 3 yards. It's going to be a 54-yarder instead of a 51-yarder. Would have been 51 yards if the Bengals did not decline that penalty. Here it is from Boswell. Kick is up, and it's against the Bengals, so Chris Boswell simply does not know how to miss. He splits the uprights, and it's a 2-point game here with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. I mean, Chris Boswell against the Bengals is just automatic. The guy just doesn't miss fire. Clutch kick by Boswell. Cincinnati's always got to make it close, don't they? Got about 1,700 people in here. Help us out. Hit that thumbs up icon. Hit that sub button as well. We will be here all off season long. And hopefully, the Bengals win. We'll be here tomorrow live. And if some stuff goes our way tomorrow, we'll have a playoff game we can be live for as well. But a lot of stuff obviously has to happen. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go in the ball game. Boswell is going to boot it away, and it's going to be returned by Isaiah Williams. Makes the first guy miss. Williams past the 30. Williams past the 40. Tackled at the 44-yard line. Isaiah Williams with his best return as a Cincinnati Bengals. Some optimal field position here for Joe Burrow and the Bengals offense with 2 minutes and 29 seconds to go in the ball game. Bengals, by the way, only have one timeout, so I want to live or die with my offense and Joe Burrow here. I want to be aggressive. I want to pick up some first downs. I want to end the game on our terms. Let's see if they can execute. 1st and 10 at the Cincinnati 44-yard line. They'll run it on first down with Herbert up the middle. And he's got 2 yards there. 2nd and 8 coming up. And Pittsburgh will use a timeout here and stop the clock with 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Bengals, by the way, do not have T. Higgins. He is still out. Was fighting through an ankle and a knee, has been for the past couple of weeks, but appears to have tweaked it even worse in this game. We have not seen him for a few possessions here. So when you're talking about your weapons, you're talking about Jamar Chase, Andre Yosevich, and Mike Gesicki as the main guys that you are going to here. 1,800 people in here. Hit that thumbs up icon. Hit that sub button as well. Chase goes in motion. Burrow in the gun. Takes the shotgun snap. Wide receiver screen to Jamar. Jamar makes the first guy miss. Takes a couple of bodies with him out past midfield. Pittsburgh will call their second timeout, and the Bengals are going to have about a 3rd and 4 on their hands here. And what is their biggest play of this 2024 season? Kamara up to 10 catches on the evening, 4 yards shy of 96 yards. But I bet right now he's thinking about that touchdown he dropped at the end of the first half. This game probably would be won already had that not occurred. 3rd and 3 here. Bengals only up 2, so I do not believe this is 4-down territory whatsoever. Bengals have one crack at this. Can they pick up 3 yards on 3rd and 3? Burrow in the gun. Herbert in the right hip pocket of Joe Burrow. Snap from Karras. Joe looking, surveying, running out of time, escaping, and getting tripped up at his own 40-yard line and going down. Another sack for Pittsburgh, and the Steelers will let this trickle down to the 2-minute warning, and Russell Wilson is going to have an opportunity to conduct a game-winning drive, only needing a field goal to take the lead. Keanu Benton sacks Joe Burrow. And the Bengals are going to be forced to punt. I'm actually okay with this. I'll tell you why. Based on how the season has gone to this point, why are the Bengals in this position? They're in this position because of their defense, right? This is why we're here right now. This Bengals defense is why we're here. This is why this team is not locked up a playoff spot. It feels fitting that this defense is going to have an opportunity to go out there and give them life going into tomorrow. Feels fitting. And if the defense can't get the stop, I think you just have to look at yourself in the mirror and say, you know what? We've got 3 of the best players in the National Football League. Throw T in there as well. 4 of the best players in the National Football League. And we weren't able to get it done because our defense held us back this year. If they go down and kick a game-winning field goal, I'll be able to say that about our defense. That's how I feel right now. The defense shows up, makes a stop, you got life going into tomorrow. Two-minute warning. Pittsburgh has 1 timeout. Najee Harris is still in the locker room, but you're probably not going to be running the ball too much here. They're going to have to hit an explosive in some capacity. Whether it's George Pickens, who has dropped several passes tonight. Pickens really hasn't done anything for Pittsburgh. In fact, he only has 1 reception, and it went for no yards. Really, their best receiver has been Pat Freiermuth. Mike Williams has the 1 nice catch down the sideline. Van Jefferson, definitely a guy I think is really reliable. But I think it's going to be a lot of Pat Freiermuth and a lot of Van Jefferson. And we'll see if George Pickens can rise to the occasion here at the end of the game and make a play. But the Bengals have absolutely shut him down, in large part due to a couple drops from Pickens. But the Bengals also have done a nice job on him as well. There we go. Just past 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. Again, Joe Burrow does not look 100% at all out there after he got sacked earlier in the game. Kind of face planted, went to the blue medical tent. Doesn't appear to be himself out there. That's typically a pass rush he is able to evade and extend that play a little bit longer. But he got tripped up, went down, and the Bengals are faced with a 4th and 14, and Ryan Rico's got the biggest punt of his career on his hands right here. Let's see what the rookie's got. Snap from Adamitis. Here's the boot from Rico. Launches it down the right side. It bounces. It will be fielded by Pittsburgh at the 18. Calvin Austin has it and gets tripped up at the 25 by Tyson Anderson. So not the best punt from Ryan Rico by any means there. ESPN going through all the brutal losses for Cincinnati this season. Obviously goes back to week 2. Both the Baltimore games are just absolute heartbreak. Coming down to the final play, not able to execute there. If just one of those 3, they didn't even talk about probably 3 or 4 more. If just one of those went your way, you wouldn't even be sweating this game here tonight. Here's Wilson in the gun. Najee Harris is back into the game, I believe, at running back. He is out to the right of Wilson. Wilson running out of time, nearly sacked, and Harris is tackled in the backfield by Akeem Davis-Gaither. Loss of 2, and the clock will tick. Pittsburgh has one timeout. Russ takes the snap, steps up, fires to his tight end Freiermuth. Mike Hilton makes the stop, and the clock will continue to run here. It's 3rd and long for Pittsburgh. Only a pickup of 2 there by Freiermuth. Tomlin is not calling his timeout. They're going quickly here. 3rd and 9. Trey Hendrickson is on the sideline for this play. Wilson takes the snap. Dancing, firing over the middle. He's got his man. Freiermuth's got it out to the Pittsburgh 45-yard line. A minute to go in the game. Pittsburgh hurrying up to the line of scrimmage. They're going to run another play here and not spike the football. Down to 50 seconds in this ball game. Pittsburgh's got it at their own 42-yard line. Cincinnati brings 4. Wilson rolling out to his right, and he's going to take off, and he's going to get tackled in play. Mike Hilton's helmet pops off, and I would think that Tomlin's going to have to use his timeout, but he will not. The clock still runs. 30 seconds to go in the game. Pittsburgh still trying to get set up. They have it at their own 45-yard line. Wilson in the gun, takes the snap, looking right, running out of time, and gets dropped by Trey Hendrickson. Once again, another sack for 91 as he extends his lead over the rest of the league as far as sacks go in the NFL. Unbelievable. Trey Hendrickson, 20 seconds to go in the ball game. I think that's a mistake by Tomlin not calling the timeout after the Wilson scramble. Everybody's gassed for the Pittsburgh offense. You're running another play, and Trey Hendrickson just digs deep, beats the left tackle once again, and drops Russell Wilson with 20 seconds to go. 3rd and 12 coming up. This Bengals defense needs 1 or 2 more plays left in them. Keep in mind, Boswell's got a monster leg. And if Pittsburgh picks up 15, 20 yards, they're going to chance here. Wilson in the gun. Harris in the game at running back. Hendrickson ready to bring some more pressure. Cincinnati brings 4. Wilson dancing in the pocket. Going to heave it deep down the sideline. Has an open man. Incomplete. He wanted George Pickens, and the ball falls incomplete. Hits the surface. And this game is going to come down to one final 4th and 12 play. And that's a bad ball there by Russell Wilson. He had George Pickens, and he missed him. Tell you what, Josh Newton's been fantastic all night long, but he nearly let a man over his head, and that would have just been the worst possible mistake he could have made at that point. But he didn't make it, or he did make it, but they didn't execute off of it. 4th and 12, here's the season. And Zach Taylor's going to call a timeout here. Don't hate that at all. Let's talk it over. Let's understand what's going to happen here. Hit that thumbs up icon, hit that sub button as well, up to 2,500 people in here. Here we go, 4th and 12 for the Steelers. If the Bengals get a stop here, they keep their playoff hopes alive for at least another day. Who's going to make a play for Lou Anarumo's defense? Wilson in shotgun. Takes the snap. Bengals bring 4. Wilson looking, firing over the middle. Pass is dropped. He had Pat Freiermuth, but he was not able to haul it in. And Cincinnati is going to survive on the road in Pittsburgh, and their playoff hopes are going to stay alive as well for at least another day. And I believe this ball was just dropped by Pat Freiermuth. I believe this is just a laser right on the money from Wilson. He was working on the linebacker, and he just drops it. Jermaine Pratt was beat, and Cincinnati finally gets a break as he just alligator arms that one. Pat Freiermuth's been fantastic for Pittsburgh in this game. Joe Burrow is in victory formation. He takes the knee, and Cincinnati survives on the road. They win 5 games in a row to end the season, and they will have a chance tomorrow to potentially squeak into the playoffs if the Kansas City Chiefs defeat the Denver Broncos and if the New York Jets defeat the Miami Dolphins. Both those games will kick off at 4:25 p.m. Eastern Time. We will be live here on our channel for that. Thanks to the $232 in Super Chats we got this evening, and thanks to a Bengals victory as well. Unbelievable. Bengals finally got a couple of breaks at the end of the season. Obviously, the Dallas, that's when the winning streak started, right, on Monday Night Football. That was the first break when they muffed the punt, right? And they get another break here tonight with that drop by Freiermuth. Because he was going to catch that. He was going to get tackled, and they were going to go down, spike it, and have probably a 50-yard field goal to win a game. But he's not able to haul it in. Cincinnati survives. How about that? Just listening to what Burrow has to say here. Appreciate everybody that hung out with us here this evening. Says all the right things per usual. I do believe if there was any hope, I mean, we'll see. We'll see if the Bengals get in. Maybe he could. I probably don't think that Burrow has any chance at the MVP, which I thought if he balled out tonight and the Bengals got in, he definitely could. But as far as the MVP goes, I don't think that will be something Joe Burrow can win this year. But regardless, we got life tomorrow. And that's all we could ask for, right? After the start to this season. Absolutely unbelievable. That the Bengals were able to pull this off and win 5 straight games to end the season and give themselves a chance tomorrow. So we'll see. Need a lot to go their way. Need a major upset in Denver, but still life going into tomorrow. It's going to be exciting for us to watch football tomorrow. And we'll see. All right, got some super chats to get to here, and then we will run our race, and then we got to do get ready for our post-game video here. Appreciate everybody that super chatted. We will be live here tomorrow. On the channel. All right, so let's get to these super chats here, and then I will get set up for the duck race, and then we will get out of here. Appreciate everybody that hung out. 586 likes on the show. Appreciate it. Got about 1,200 people in here locked in with us. Cincinnati survives against Pittsburgh, and they're going to have an opportunity tomorrow. Don't think a ton of people. I know I still had faith, and I knew some of you still had faith, but I don't think a ton of people would have thought Cincinnati would be in this spot to potentially make the postseason if they got a little help in Week 18. All right, here. Marvin Williford, another $5 super chat. We'll get you down, Marvin. Zay Zay, appreciate the $2 super chat from you. Toxic Waste says Joe Burrow deserves MVP simply for being 9-8. That's fair. Totally fair. Uriah Foster with a $5 super chat. We will get you down, Uriah. Another entry for you. And then Michael Easterwood says enter Susan here. So I will use Susan here for Michael Easterwood's final entry. I believe that is everybody. Gets us over $250 in super chats on the night. Joey McKenzie sends in a $2 super chat as well and says the Steelers are going to wait for their next playoff dub. Yeah, Pittsburgh's in trouble. Gooding, AG in the chat says Shields, Joe has single-handedly kept the Bengals alive. How is he not the MVP? No, Gooding, I believe you misunderstood me. I think he is the MVP, but I thought there was going to be a real chance that he won it if he were to really go off tonight. And I thought he was great tonight, by the way. So I 100% would vote for Joe Burrow as the MVP, but I don't know if he will get it. I thought he had a chance to get it if he really went off tonight, but we'll see. Maybe if the Bengals can sneak in tomorrow, he'll still end up getting it. But I am totally with you. I would vote for Joe Burrow for the MVP. Absolutely no doubt about that. All right, I think that's everything. Make sure you get your grades for me in the comment section, A, B, C, D, or F. How would you grade the Bengals after this game? Time for the duck race. Brutal. Jesus, I see your last one. I will get that in there as well. That is our last entry for the night as far as duck races go. Bear with me here as I get this set up. Sound off for us in the comment section. Get your grades in for us. How would you grade the Cincinnati Bengals in this game? And let me know. You think Cincinnati's going to make the playoffs? Are they going to get some good fortune tomorrow? Or are they going to fall just painfully short here? Just about set up here. Bengals hold on and get a victory week 18 in Pittsburgh. Wasn't pretty, but they did enough to get the job done. All right, there we go. Duck race is set. Appreciate everybody that hung out still and got ready with us for this duck race. So best of luck to everybody. Thank you all for super chatting. $255. That is not a record, but I believe that's definitely top 3 or 4 in terms of what we've done here at Bengals Breakdown. So I appreciate it. We will be live here tomorrow, and we'll be watching some of those games at 4:25. So here we go. We'll get things started here in 3, 2, and 1. Mom says Chiefs don't want to play Joe. Probably right. We'll see. I would find it hard to believe if they were in a situation where late in the game, a couple minutes left, they were down by 3 or so and just kind of ran the ball and just said, we'll lose. Like, that just doesn't seem like something an NFL team would do. But I guess we'll find out tomorrow. We'll all find out together. All right, halfway through, Michael Easterwood has a lead. Got Aunt Stephanie and Jim there at the bottom trying to make a run here. 20 seconds to go. Nobody really has separated themselves. Got to give a lot of credit to the Bengals defense as well for stepping up in this football game. 10 seconds. Mace has the lead. Only had one entry as well. And he's separating himself, but he's starting to sag back. Look who's coming. It's Scott C. Does he have enough gas to get there? He does. Scott C. wins the duck race. I know he was fired up about this. Not sure if you're still with us, Scott, but I will let you know. Give me an email, stone@chatsports.com. Scott, if you are still with us, send in that $25 super chat late. That really got you over the top. So appreciate you, Scott. Desert Ranger Jesus, appreciate you helping us get to the $200 mark as well. B Stout got second. Appreciate the super chats from you as well. Thanks everybody for hanging out with us here tonight. That will do it for this edition of Bengals Breakdown, our Week 18 watch party. Cincinnati finds a way to get a victory on the road. Wasn't pretty, but they get it done 19-17 and keep their playoff hopes alive for at least another day. We will be back tomorrow live on our channel here at Bengals Breakdown. Probably come on around 4:15, and we're going to watch some of those games together. And hopefully, it's going to be weird rooting for the Kansas City Chiefs, but that's what we're going to be doing. I'm going to be rooting for the New York Jets as well. So I hope you guys will join us tomorrow. The Bengals get a victory in Week 18, finish off the regular season with 5 consecutive wins, beating Pittsburgh 19-17. But hoo-day, everybody, and we will talk to you tomorrow.